All right, my tired potatoes, go ahead and settle in. No need to do anything else tonight. There's a certain kind of influence that doesn't announce itself loudly. It moves quietly, through letters, conversations, and well-timed decisions. So I'm glad you're here to sit with that kind of story. This is, as always, a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep experience, built from historical sources and scholarly accounts, designed to be accurate, original, and easy to unwind with so you can learn something. With soft rain and distant ocean waves in the background, we're easing into the life of Isabella d'Este, the woman who quietly outmaneuvered kings through patience, intellect, and timing. If this calm history helps you relax, feel free to follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is or how you are doing on this fine night. Now just let your body get a little heavier, slow your breathing, and let the rain and waves carry you into the story. Picture the Italian Renaissance at its most glittering peak, when letters could topple governments and a well-placed painting might shift the balance of power between rival city-states. Into this world of dangerous beauty and beautiful danger stepped a woman who would make kings wait for her reply and artists beg for her patronage. You're about to meet Isabella d'Este and my tired dumplings. Her story is the perfect companion for drifting off tonight. You smell ink and old parchment first. The library in Ferrara is cool even in summer, its high windows filtering golden afternoon light through thick glass that cost more than most families earn in a year. You're 5 years old and you already know this is where you belong. Your name is Isabella d'Este. The year is 1474 and you sit at a table built for adults while your tutor watches you trace Latin letters onto wax. Your small fingers grip the stylus with the same determination your father uses when signing treaties. Outside the library walls, Ferrara bustles with commerce and intrigue. Inside, time moves differently. Ferrara is one of those Italian city-states that punches above its weight. Your father, Ercole I d'Este, rules with an iron fist wrapped in velvet diplomatic letters. Your mother, Eleonora of Aragon, brought Spanish elegance and Neapolitan gold to this northern court. Between them they have created something unusual in Renaissance Italy. They believe daughters deserve education. This is not the norm. Most noble girls learn embroidery and how to look pleasant while men discuss important matters. You learn Greek. You learn to read Virgil in the original Latin. By the time you turn 7, you can debate the finer points of classical philosophy with scholars twice your age. They find this alternately delightful and unsettling. The library becomes your kingdom. Leather-bound volumes line shelves that climb toward vaulted ceilings. Dust motes dance in shafts of light. You learn the particular creak of the door, the musty smell of manuscripts from Constantinople, the satisfying scratch of quill on parchment. Your younger sister Beatrice sometimes joins you, though she prefers the stables. You prefer dead Romans. Your tutor is a man named Battista Guarino. His father founded one of the most famous schools in Italy, and Battista inherited both the position and the fierce belief that knowledge transforms people. He watches you absorb Cicero and Plutarch like a sponge soaking up wine. Sometimes he wonders if he has created a monster. A well-read monster, but still. You also learn music. The lute becomes second nature to your fingers. You sing in a clear soprano that makes visitors to the court stop their conversations. But you never sing in public if you can help it. Performance is vulnerability, and even at 8 years old you understand this. Better to be the patron than the performer. Better to commission the song than sing it yourself. Letters arrive at the Ferraries court daily. Diplomatic pouches, merchant reports, scholarly correspondence. You watch your father read them with the intensity of a general studying battlefield maps. Each letter is a potential opportunity or threat. You absorb this lesson without anyone teaching it directly. Words have power. Choose them carefully. The court itself is an education in politics. You watch marriages negotiated over elaborate dinners. You see alliances shift with the seasons. Someone offends someone else, and suddenly the price of grain changes. You're too young to participate, but old enough to observe. Your mind catalogues everything. Your childhood is unusually happy for a Renaissance princess. You're not shipped off to a convent. You're not married at 12 to a stranger 3 times your age. Instead, you read Ovid and learn to play chess. Your father sometimes lets you sit in on meetings with ambassadors. You stay silent, but your eyes miss nothing. The Ferraries court attracts artists and poets like flowers attract bees. Your father commissions frescoes for the palace. Painters mix their pigments in the courtyard. You learn to recognise the smell of linseed oil, the particular blue of crushed lapis lazuli, the way gold leaf catches light. Art is everywhere. It is currency and propaganda and beauty all mixed together. At 10 years old, you receive your first marriage proposal. This is early even by Renaissance standards, but your father has been planning since you were born. The proposal comes from Francesco Gonzaga, the heir to Mantua. Mantua is smaller than Ferrara, but strategically placed. Francesco is described as brave and athletic. You're not asked your opinion. The negotiations take years. Dowries are discussed. Territory is promised. Letters fly back and forth between courts. You continue your studies, knowing that soon everything will change. Battista Guarino pushes you harder. He wants you prepared for whatever comes next. You read everything you can about Mantua and the Gonzaga family. 1374 was a good year for books. 1481 is the year you turn 12. 1490 is the year you turn 15 and leave Ferrara forever. But between those dates, you acquire something more valuable than gold. You acquire an education that most men would envy, and a mind that can outthink most rooms you enter. The library in Ferrara remains cool and quiet, but you're growing warmer and louder. Questions form in your mind faster than your tutors can answer them. Why must women be silent? Why do painters receive less respect than poets? Why do people fear knowledge? You do not ask these questions aloud yet, but they are there, patient as seeds waiting for spring. Your childhood ends slowly and then all at once. Your betrothal to Francesco becomes official when you turn 14. You meet him for the first time and find him exactly as described. Handsome, athletic, fond of hunting and warfare. He looks at you with the expression men get when they expect a decorative wife. You smile sweetly and let him think whatever he wants. The final year in Ferrara passes in a blur of preparation. Your trousseau is assembled. Hundreds of dresses, jewels, books, musical instruments. You insist on bringing your library. Your mother thinks this is charming. Your father understands you will need those books. Knowledge is the only dowry that cannot be taken away. You turn 15 in May of 1490. By February of 1491, you're married and travelling to Mantua. The journey takes days. You ride in a carriage draped with cloth of gold. Behind you, wagons carry everything you own. Ahead of you, Mantua waits. You have studied maps of the city. You know its history, its economy, its weaknesses. You're ready, or so you think. Mantua smells different from Ferrara. More water, less stone. The city sits in the middle of a lake created by the Mincio River, protected by marshes that make invasion nearly impossible. Your new home is built on defence and trade. You arrive on a cold February morning and step out of your carriage onto foreign cobblestones. Your husband greets you warmly. Francesco Gonzaga is 25 to your 15. He has been ruling Mantua since his father passed away 5 years ago. He is everything a Renaissance prince should be. Strong, brave, politically shrewd when he needs to be. He's also away from home roughly 300 days a year, fighting as a condottiero. This turns out to be the best wedding gift anyone could give you. The ducal palace in Mantua sprawls across the city like a small town. It has more than 500 rooms, multiple courtyards, private chapels, and enough corridors to get lost in for days. Your apartments are beautiful, but someone else's taste. Heavy tapestries, dark furniture, religious paintings that all look the same. You immediately start planning changes. Your mother-in-law still lives in the palace. Margherita of Bavaria is a formidable woman who's been running Mantua's court for decades. She eyes you with the suspicion reserved for young women who might threaten established power. You are polite, deferential, and absolutely determined to carve out your own space. The dance begins. The first few months pass in a haze of adjustment. You learn the palace layout. You meet the staff, the courtiers, the local nobles who owe allegiance to your husband. Everyone watches you, measuring, judging, waiting to see what kind of marchesa you will be. You smile and stay quiet and observe everything. Francesco leaves for military campaigns within weeks of your wedding. He kisses you goodbye and rides off with his army. You are relieved. Running a court is easier without a husband underfoot. Your mother-in-law assumes she will continue managing everything. She assumes wrong. You start small. A letter here, a suggestion there. You attend meetings with ambassadors when Francesco's away. You ask questions that sound naive but reveal sharp intelligence. The counsellors are charmed. You're so young, so interested, so respectful of their wisdom. They start explaining things to you in detail. You absorb everything and never correct their assumptions. Letters become your weapon of choice. You write to your family in Ferrara daily at first, then weekly. You write to friends, scholars, artists, diplomats. Each letter is carefully crafted. You mix personal news with political gossip, requests for information with offers of friendship. Your network begins to grow. The palace transforms slowly under your influence. You commission new frescoes for your private chambers. You hire musicians for the court. You host poetry readings and philosophical debates. Mantua has always been a military power. You start making it a cultural one. Your first real test comes 6 months after your wedding. A diplomatic crisis erupts between Mantua and Venice. Francesco is away fighting for Milan. The Venetian ambassador arrives demanding answers. Your mother-in-law wants to stall until Francesco returns. You suggest a different approach. You meet with the ambassador yourself. You are 16 years old and facing a man who has negotiated with popes. You offer him wine and compliments and carefully worded assurances. You promise nothing concrete but leave him feeling heard. He departs thinking you are a delightful child who will grow into her role. You have just bought Mantua 3 weeks to prepare its defence. Francesco returns and hears about your diplomatic intervention. He is surprised but pleased. His young wife showed initiative. What he does not realise yet is that you have no intention of stopping. You have tasted power, and it suits you. The court begins to shift. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, people start coming to you with problems instead of waiting for Francesco or deferring to Margherita. You handle requests for positions, settle disputes between courtiers, make decisions about household expenses. You're not aggressive about it. You simply fill a vacuum. Your relationship with Francesco settles into a pattern. When he is home, you are the dutiful wife. You attend his banquets, smile at his friends, listen to his war stories. When he leaves, you rule. It works better than most Renaissance marriages. You give him heirs and political stability. He gives you freedom. Your first child arrives in 1493, a daughter named Eleonora after your mother. You're 17 and recover quickly from childbirth. A son follows in 1494, then another, then more daughters. You produce 8 children over 15 years. Each pregnancy slows you down for months but never stops you completely. You dictate letters from your birthing bed. The palace continues to transform. You claim a series of rooms in a tower and begin creating something special. Your studiolo, your study. A private space where you can think and read and build your collection. This becomes your obsession over the next decade. But that story comes later. Money's always tight in Mantua. Francesco spends vast sums on military campaigns and hunting. The state treasury groans under the weight of his expenses. You begin managing finances with the same attention you give to letters. You find ways to stretch ducats, negotiate better deals with merchants, invest in profitable ventures. Nobody thanks you for this because nobody realises how close to bankruptcy Mantua often comes. Your education in Ferrara pays dividends daily. You can read Latin contracts without a translator. You understand classical allusions that scholars drop into conversation. You can discuss philosophy with visiting humanists and hold your own. The court intellectuals initially patronise you. After a few conversations, they start seeking you out. Mantua in the 1490s is a city of contrasts. Great wealth exists alongside poverty. Magnificent palaces overlook muddy streets. Your husband employs Andrea Mantegna, one of the greatest painters in Italy, but the city sewers are medieval nightmares. You begin making improvements where you can. Better lighting in public squares, repairs to churches, small changes that add up. Your correspondence grows exponentially. You write to Isabella del Balzo in Naples, Elisabetta Gonzaga in Urbino, your sister Beatrice in Milan. These are not just friendly letters, they are intelligence networks. You trade information about political developments, artistic trends, marriage prospects, everything. Knowledge flows through your letters like blood through veins. Francesco sometimes reads your mail. You know this, and write accordingly. Sensitive information goes in code or between the lines. You develop a talent for saying one thing while meaning another. Your letters appear to be about fashion or art or family gossip. They are actually about alliances and opportunities and threats. The year 1497 brings disaster. The French invade Italy under Charles VIII. The peninsula erupts into warfare. Francesco fights for the Holy League against France. He distinguishes himself at the Battle of Fornovo, though whether the battle counts as a victory is debatable. You manage Mantua in his absence and pray the French do not turn their attention to your marshes. You're 22 years old and effectively running a state during wartime. Food supplies must be secured, defences maintained, allies reassured. You write dozens of letters daily. You meet with generals and merchants and priests. You make hard decisions about where to spend limited resources. You do not sleep much. When Francesco finally returns from Fornovo, he is hailed as a hero. You organise the celebration. You commissioned the painting Andrea Mantegna created to commemorate the battle. You made sure everyone knew your husband was brave and clever. Behind the scenes, you cleaned up the financial mess and smoothed over the diplomatic disasters. Nobody writes epic poems about debt management. Your mother-in-law passes away in 1497. You are appropriately sorrowful. You're also finally the undisputed First Lady of Mantua. The court is yours to shape. The freedom is intoxicating. You begin planning your studiolo in earnest. The century turns. 1499 becomes 1500. You are 25 years old. You have been Marchesa of Mantua for 9 years. You have 4 children and a 5th on the way. You manage a court, a city, and increasingly your husband's career. You collect art and books and influence. You write letters that make things happen across Italy, and you are just getting started. Your desk is a battlefield where victories are won with ink instead of steel. The year is 1503, and you write your 50th letter of the week. Your hand cramps, but you continue. The letter is to Pietro Bembo, the Venetian humanist whose poetry you admire and whose connections you need. You ask about manuscripts he might have seen in Venice. You mention casually that you are searching for ancient texts. You do not mention that you want these texts because they will make your studiolo more impressive than anything in Ferrara. Letters are currency in Renaissance Italy. A well-written letter can open doors that gold cannot unlock. You have spent years perfecting this art. Your correspondence now includes cardinals and condottieri, artists and ambassadors, scholars and spies. Each letter is tailored to its recipient. Flattery for the vain, philosophy for the intellectuals, gossip for those who trade in secrets. You never sign your letters simply Isabella. You're always Isabella d'Este Gonzaga, Marchesa of Mantua. The title matters. It reminds people you write with authority. It transforms requests into commands disguised as requests. When you ask an artist to create something for you, he understands this is not really a question. Cesare Borgia is terrorizing central Italy in 1501. His armies sweep through Romagna like a plague. Your husband Francesco is captured through treachery and held prisoner in Venice. Suddenly you're not just managing Mantua, you're its only defence against the most dangerous man in Italy. The letters you write during this crisis could fill volumes. You write to every ally Mantua has ever cultivated. You beg, bargain and threaten as needed. You write to the Pope, who happens to be Cesare's father. You write to the French king. You write to Venice demanding they release your husband. You write to Cesare himself, a delicate dance of diplomacy with a man who strangles his enemies personally. Francesco spends months in Venetian custody. You spend those months holding Mantua together through sheer force of will and strategic correspondence. You negotiate his release, manage the city finances, raise your children, and commission art. You do not have time to fall apart, so you simply do not fall apart. The experience teaches you something vital. You do not need a husband to rule. You actually rule better without one. This is a dangerous realization for a Renaissance woman to have. You keep it to yourself and continue being the perfect, dutiful wife whenever Francesco is home. Your network of correspondence becomes legendary. You write to Niccolò da Correggio about poetry and politics. You exchange letters with Baldassare Castiglione, who will later immortalise the perfect courtier in his famous book. You correspond with scholars in Rome, artists in Florence, diplomats in France. Each letter strengthens a connection that might someday prove useful. Some letters are about art. You write to Leonardo da Vinci asking him to paint your portrait. You write to Giovanni Bellini requesting an allegorical painting for your studiolo. You write to Pietro Perugino, Andrea Mantegna, Lorenzo Costa. Each letter is carefully crafted to make the artist feel valued while making clear that working for you is an honour they should jump at. Leonardo never paints your portrait. He's too busy with other projects and too easily distracted. You're annoyed but philosophical. You commission someone else. This happens repeatedly. Famous artists promise you work and then get distracted by other patrons who pay more or seem more prestigious. You learn to diversify your commissions. Other letters are pure politics. You write to the Marquis of Mantua. Wait, that is your husband. You write to the Duke of Ferrara, your father, advising him on alliances. You write to powerful women like Caterina Sforza, comparing notes on how to survive in a man's world. You write to your sister Beatrice in Milan until she dies in childbirth in 1497. After that, you write letters of condolence, but also letters claiming some of her possessions. Family is family, but a good manuscript is a good manuscript. Money is always a subtext in your letters. You're constantly short of funds. Mantua's treasury cannot support both Francesco's military adventures and your artistic patronage. You become a master at negotiating prices down while making artists feel honoured to work for less. You trade favours, promise future commissions, offer introductions to other wealthy patrons. Anything to stretch your limited ducats. Your letters about fashion are legendary in their own right. You write to agents in Venice and Florence demanding they send fabric samples. You describe in minute detail the exact shade of crimson you want, the precise weight of silk that will drape correctly. You stay years ahead of fashion trends by cultivating correspondents who tell you what the French court is wearing before anyone else in Italy knows. You also use letters to manipulate your husband's career. When Francesco considers an alliance you think is stupid, you write to the potential ally making polite excuses. When you want Francesco to take a particular military contract, you ensure he receives letters from influential people suggesting exactly that. He thinks he's making his own decisions. You know better. The Vatican becomes a frequent target of your correspondence. You write to cardinals asking favours. You send gifts to papal secretaries who might prove useful. You cultivate relationships with anyone who has the ear of whoever is currently pope. The papacy changes hands with alarming regularity in these years, but your network adapts. Some of your letters are surprisingly funny. You write to friends describing court disasters with a wry humour that makes the recipient laugh. You make jokes about your husband's hunting obsession, your mother-in-law's stuffiness, the pretensions of minor nobles. These letters humanise you in ways that formal diplomatic correspondence never could. Your filing system for letters is meticulous. You keep copies of everything you send. You organise incoming letters by sender and date. You can retrieve any letter within minutes if you need to reference a promise someone made or a request you denied. This organisational obsession drives your secretaries mad but proves invaluable. 1499 brings personal tragedy. Your father dies. Your brother Alfonso inherits Ferrara. You're no longer the daughter of a duke but the sister of one. The relationship is different. Alfonso does not indulge you the way your father did. You adjust your approach in letters to him accordingly. The early 1500s see your correspondence reach truly impressive volumes. You write dozens of letters weekly. Your secretaries struggle to keep up. You dictate while pacing. You revise mercilessly. Every word must be perfect because every word might be shown to someone else. Letters are never truly private in Renaissance Italy. You write in Italian rather than Latin for most correspondence. This is a deliberate choice. Latin is the language of scholarship and the church. Italian is the language of commerce and daily life. You want your letters accessible to the merchants and minor nobles who actually make things happen. Let scholars play with their dead language. Your letters to your children are different from other correspondence. Warmer, more personal. You give advice about marriage, career, faith. You're not a particularly attentive mother by modern standards. You have nurses and tutors for that. But your letters show genuine affection mixed with practical guidance about navigating court politics. Some correspondents become genuine friends. Margherita Cantelmar, a widow living in Naples, exchanges hundreds of letters with you over decades. You discuss books, share medical remedies, compare notes on difficult relatives. These letters are closest to authentic conversation. You can be yourself instead of performing the role of Marchesa. Your reputation spreads through your letters. People across Europe who have never met you feel they know you through your writing. You are charming, witty, cultured, connected. You are someone worth knowing. Ambassadors request introductions. Scholars dedicate books to you, all because you write really good letters. The irony is not lost on you. You wield more power through parchment and ink than most men achieve with armies. Your husband fights battles that shift borders temporarily. Your letters build alliances that last decades. History will remember Francesco as a capable condottiero. It will remember you as something more interesting. By 1510, you have been writing letters for 20 years. Your hand is permanently stained with ink. You can recognise different scribes by their handwriting. You know which messengers are fast, which routes are safest, which seal wax holds up best in summer heat. Letters are your life's blood, and you are nowhere near done. Your studiolo is beginning to take shape. The year is 1504, and you stand in a series of small rooms in the tower of the ducal palace. These chambers will become your private museum, your sanctuary, the place where you collect beauty the way some people collect grievances. The concept of a studiolo is not new. Your father had one in Ferrara. Federico da Montefeltro created a famous one in Urbino. But yours will be different. Yours will be better. You have spent years planning exactly what will go into this space. Every painting, every sculpture, every precious object must meet your exacting standards. You commission Andrea Mantegna first. He has been court painter in Mantua for decades. He's old now, cantankerous, and brilliant. You ask him to paint an allegorical scene for your studiolo, Parnassus, the mountain of the muses. You describe in detail what you want. Mantegna listens, nods, and produces something that takes your breath away. The painting shows Mars and Venus together. The 9 muses dance. Apollo plays his lyre. Vulcan watches from his forge. The symbolism is complex. The execution is flawless. You pay Mantegna handsomely and immediately start planning the next commission. One perfect painting is not enough. You want the entire room to sing with harmony. Pietro Perugino receives the next commission. He's working in Florence and Rome, painting for popes and princes. You want him to paint a moral allegory, the battle between vice and virtue. You write letters describing precisely what you envision. Perugino reads your instructions and realizes you know more about iconography than most of his patrons. The negotiations take months. Perugino wants more money than you have. You offer what you can and sweeten the deal with promises of future commissions. You invoke your connections to other wealthy patrons. You make him understand that working for Isabella d'Este means joining an exclusive club. He accepts. Your collection begins with paintings, but rapidly expands. You acquire ancient Roman coins. You buy cameos carved from precious stones. You hunt for antique sculptures, fragments of classical statuary that speak of lost glory. Each piece must tell a story. Each object must justify its place in your private museum. You develop a reputation among dealers and collectors. Isabella d'Este has exquisite taste and no money. This creates challenges. You cannot outbid the Medici or the Venetian doges. You must be cleverer. You cultivate personal relationships with artists and dealers. You trade on your charm and your connections. You make people want to sell to you, even when others offer more. Your agents scour Italy for treasures. You have representatives in Venice, Florence, Rome, even as far as Constantinople. They send you descriptions of items for sale. Ancient manuscripts, rare jewels, paintings by fashionable artists. You evaluate each offer carefully. Does it fit your collection? Can you afford it? Will owning it enhance your reputation? Sometimes you cannot afford something you desperately want. This drives you mad. You are the Marchesa of Mantua, patron of the arts, one of the most cultured women in Italy. And yet you must watch inferior collectors buy treasures because they have deeper pockets. You learn to swallow this frustration and move on to acquisitions within reach. Your studiolo becomes an obsession. You spend hours arranging and rearranging objects. The light must hit the Mantegna painting just right. The ancient cameos must be displayed at the perfect height. Everything must create a harmonious whole. Your ladies in waiting think you have lost your mind. You do not care what they think. Lorenzo Costa paints 2 more allegorical scenes for the studiolo after Mantegna dies. Costa is talented, but not quite at Mantegna's level. You work closely with him to ensure the new paintings match the existing ones in style and mood. Costa appreciates your involvement. Some patrons give vague instructions and then complain about results. You know exactly what you want and can articulate it clearly. The symbolism in your studiolo is deeply personal. Parnassus represents artistic achievement. The battle between vice and virtue reflects your moral philosophy. The ancient objects connect you to classical civilization. Everything in this space proclaims that you are educated, cultured, connected to humanist values. The room is propaganda disguised as a private retreat. You also collect books with the same fervour you collect art. Your library grows to rival any in Italy. You acquire Greek manuscripts, Latin classics, contemporary poetry, scientific treatises. You read voraciously when you have time. You skim intelligently when you do not. You need to be able to discuss anything with anyone. Musical instruments fill another part of your collection. You commission lutes and viols from the finest makers in Italy. You can play most of them competently. Music soothes you in ways that painting cannot. On difficult days, you lock yourself in your chambers and play until your fingers ache. Your collection of antiquities grows steadily. A Roman bust here, a Greek vase there. Some pieces are genuine, some are Renaissance forgeries that you believe are genuine. Authentication is more art than science in the early 16th century. You trust your eye and hope for the best. The competition among Italian collectors is fierce. You're rivals with Isabella del Balzo, who collects for Naples. You compete with the Este family in Ferrara, your own relatives. You measure yourself against the Medici, though their wealth makes direct competition impossible. Every acquisition is a small victory in this elaborate game. You commission a portrait medal of yourself. This was fashionable among Renaissance princes. The medal shows your profile and includes a Latin motto. You choose the words carefully. They must reflect your learning and taste. The finished medal is distributed to important people across Europe. It is advertising masquerading as art. Your agents sometimes fail you. They buy things you did not authorize. They miss opportunities you specifically requested. They pay too much for inferior goods. You have learned to vet your representatives carefully and provide detailed written instructions that leave no room for misinterpretation. Negotiations for specific pieces can take years. You pursue a particular ancient cameo for 5 years before finally acquiring it. The dealer knows you want it and keeps raising the price. You refuse to be gouged. You wait patiently. Eventually the dealer needs money quickly and accepts your offer. Patience is a collector's greatest virtue. Your studiolo attracts visitors. Important guests to Mantua always ask to see it. You give tours personally, explaining each piece, demonstrating your knowledge. These tours are performances. You're showing off your collection, but also yourself. Look at what I have assembled. Look at what I know. Be impressed. Some visitors are genuinely impressed. Others are jealous. A few are contemptuous, particularly men who think women should not collect art or display learning. You smile graciously at everyone and remember who said what. Enemies are made in unexpected moments. The room evolves constantly. You acquire new pieces and must find places for them. You replace items that no longer meet your standards. The studiolo is never finished because you're never satisfied. There is always something better to find, something more perfect to add. Your husband largely ignores your collecting. He lets you spend money on art as long as his military budget remains intact. He does not understand why you care so much about dead Romans and allegorical paintings. He does care that foreign dignitaries praise Mantua's cultural sophistication when they visit. Your collection makes him look good. By 1510, your studiolo is famous across Italy. People speak of Isabella d'Este's museum in tones of awe and envy. You have created something lasting. Your children may inherit Mantua, but they will also inherit proof that their mother was extraordinary. The collection represents more than wealth or taste. It represents hours of thought, years of correspondence, decades of careful cultivation of relationships with artists and dealers. Each object carries a story. The Mantegna painting required 2 years of negotiations. The ancient coins came from a dealer you befriended in Venice after writing to him for a decade. You sometimes walk through your studiolo alone at night. Candlelight flickers across painted surfaces. Shadows dance on ancient marble. You have built something beautiful in a world that often values only power and profit. This matters. This will last. Your collection is your legacy in ways that your children never could be. Flesh dies and dynasties fall. Art endures. The Mantegna Parnassus will outlive everyone who ever saw it. Your taste, your vision, your refusal to settle for anything less than extraordinary will echo through centuries, and you are still acquiring pieces, still writing letters to dealers, still hunting for that next perfect edition. The collection is never complete because perfection is a horizon that recedes as you approach. The year is 1509, and you are negotiating with Pope Julius II. This is not going well. Julius is a warrior pope who thinks with his fists and only occasionally consults his brain. You're trying to explain why Mantua cannot simply join his latest military alliance without guarantees. He does not want to hear it. You smile. You flatter. You suggest that surely His Holiness understands the delicate position of small states caught between great powers. Julius glares at you. You do not blink. This is a staring contest with eternal consequences, and you refuse to lose. Your diplomatic career has been building for years. You started with small negotiations, local disputes, minor alliances. You have graduated to managing Mantua's foreign policy while Francesco's away, which is most of the time. You have become one of the most formidable diplomatic minds in Italy. People just keep forgetting this because you wear velvet and pearls. The Italian wars have turned the peninsula into a chessboard where French kings and Spanish emperors move armies like pieces. Small states like Mantua must be very clever to survive. You have made yourself indispensable to Francesco by being exactly that clever. You see 3 moves ahead. You cultivate relationships with all sides. You never commit fully to any alliance. Your diplomatic method relies heavily on personal relationships. You befriend the wives and mothers of powerful men. You write charming letters to their sisters and daughters. When crisis comes, you have back channels that formal diplomacy cannot access. This drives male diplomats insane because they cannot figure out how you know things before they do. The Venetian crisis of 1509 tests everything you have learned. Venice is being attacked by the League of Cambrai, a coalition that includes France, Spain, and the Pope. Mantua is technically part of the League, but you maintain secret contacts with Venice because burning bridges is for amateurs. You write dozens of letters managing this tightrope walk. You reassure the French that Mantua supports the League. You hint to Venice that you're not really their enemy. You keep Pope Julius happy with flattery and carefully timed gifts. You make everyone believe you're on their side. This is exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. Francesco's captured again in 1513. This is becoming a habit with him. He gets caught by the Swiss while fighting for France. Once again, you must secure his release through diplomacy. Once again, you prove better at this than he is at not getting captured. Your negotiations for Francesco's freedom involve writing to French commanders, Swiss mercenary captains, and various Italian princes who might have influence. You promise money Mantua does not have. You call in favours from people who owe you nothing. You lie creatively about Mantua's strategic importance. Francesco is released after several months. He thanks you absently and rides off to his next military campaign. The diplomatic world is changing in the early 1500s. The old system of Italian city-states balancing each other has collapsed. France and Spain are turning Italy into their battlefield. Survival requires adapting quickly to new realities. You are good at adapting. You cultivate relationships with foreign ambassadors posted to Mantua. You host dinners where wine flows and conversation reveals more than official dispatches. You learn which ambassadors can be trusted, which are incompetent, which report everything back to their masters. You adjust your performance accordingly. Some of your best diplomatic work happens at weddings and funerals. These events bring together people who otherwise never meet. You use them to have quiet conversations that shift alliances. You plant seeds that bloom months later into treaties. You make enemies reconsider their positions through strategic compliments. Your gender is sometimes an advantage. Men underestimate you. They think you are just a woman playing at politics. They speak freely around you. They reveal information they would never share with a male diplomat. You smile and nod and remember everything. Other times your gender is a crushing disadvantage. You're excluded from meetings. Your advice is ignored because it comes from a female voice. Decisions are made without consulting you. You work twice as hard for half the recognition. You accept this as the cost of operating in a man's world. The French invasion of 1515 brings new challenges. Francis I defeats the Swiss at Marignano and occupies Milan. Suddenly France is Mantua's most powerful neighbour. You immediately begin writing letters to the French court. You offer congratulations on the victory. You hint at Mantua's value as an ally. You make yourself useful before anyone asks. Your diplomatic correspondence in these years reads like a masterclass in strategic ambiguity. You promise everything and nothing. You express support for multiple contradictory positions. You make people believe what they want to believe while committing to nothing concrete. This is art. Francesco dies in 1519. You're 44 years old and suddenly the regent for your young son Federico. This should be a disaster. Instead, it is your moment of triumph. You have been preparing for this your entire adult life. As regent, you finally have official authority to match your unofficial power. You negotiate directly with foreign princes. You make treaties in Mantua's name. You manage the state treasury, such as it is. You prove that everything you have been doing secretly for years, you can do openly just as well. The diplomatic challenges do not ease after Francesco's death. If anything, they intensify. Every neighbouring state wonders if Mantua will be weakened by a woman ruling for a child. You quickly demonstrate that Mantua is stronger than ever. You make smart alliances. You avoid expensive wars. You keep the vultures circling without letting them land. Your reputation grows across Europe. Ambassadors report back to their masters that the Marquesa of Mantua is someone to watch. She is intelligent, well-informed, difficult to deceive. She runs her state as well as any prince in Italy. Some rulers are impressed. Others are threatened. You do not care which as long as they respect Mantua's interests. You use cultural diplomacy as effectively as military alliances. You loan artworks to foreign rulers. You send musicians to perform at distant courts. You commission portraits as diplomatic gifts. Every painting, every sculpture, every performance reinforces Mantua's reputation as a centre of Renaissance culture. The Council of Mantua in 1512 brought church leaders from across Europe to your city. You hosted them magnificently. You made sure every delegate left impressed by Mantua's sophistication. This was diplomacy through hospitality, and you orchestrated it perfectly. Your network of female correspondents provides intelligence that male spies cannot access. The wives and daughters of powerful men tell you things about their husbands and fathers. Court gossip flows through letters perfumed with lavender water. You learn about alliances being formed, grudges being nursed, opportunities emerging. This information makes you dangerous. Some diplomatic situations cannot be solved with letters and charm. Occasionally you must be harsh. You exile courtiers who betray Mantua's interests. You cut off negotiations with princes who insult you. You demonstrate that being underestimated is different from being weak. People who mistake your courtesy for softness only make that mistake once. Your son Federico comes of age in 1521. You technically should step back and let him rule. You do not step back. Federico is happy to let you continue managing diplomacy. He prefers hunting and building palaces. You prefer making sure Mantua survives in an increasingly dangerous world. The sack of Rome in 1527 shocks all of Italy. Imperial troops loot the Eternal City for months. Pope Clement VII is imprisoned. The Renaissance ideal of civilized warfare collapses. You're 62 years old and watching everything you grew up believing prove false. Your diplomatic response to the sack is carefully calibrated. You express horror at the violence. You offer refuge to scholars fleeing Rome. You position Mantua as a safe haven for civilization, while carefully avoiding antagonizing the emperor whose troops did the sacking. This is tightrope walking at its finest. Your final years as a diplomat are spent trying to preserve what you built. Italy is dominated by foreign powers now. The era of independent city-states is ending. You make the best deals you can for Mantua. You ensure its survival even as the world around you transforms. Diplomacy has been your true art form. More than collecting paintings or writing letters, you have mastered the art of making people do what you want while believing it was their idea. You have kept a small state relevant in an age of empires. You have proven that intelligence and charm can accomplish what armies cannot, and you did it all while being consistently underestimated because you happened to be born female. History may forget your diplomatic achievements, but they were no less real for being unrecorded. Your bones ache in ways they did not when you were younger. The year is 1528. You're 63 years old and age is becoming impossible to ignore. Your hands shake slightly when you write. Your eyes tire after reading. Your body is sending increasingly urgent messages that you are not immortal. You ignore these messages and continue working. The sack of Rome still reverberates across Italy. Refugees from the Eternal City continue arriving in Mantua. Scholars, artists, clergymen, all fleeing the violence. You provide what hospitality you can. You commission new works from displaced artists. You turn catastrophe into opportunity, because that is what you have always done. Your son Federico is now the ruling duke. Emperor Charles V elevated Mantua from a marquisate to a duchy, and Federico carries the new title proudly. You are technically retired from public life. In practice, you still run most things. Federico consults you on every important decision. He has learned that ignoring his mother's advice leads to disaster. Your studiolo is complete at last. Every wall is covered with paintings. Every shelf holds precious objects. The room represents decades of collecting and centuries of culture. You sometimes sit there alone and marvel that you built this. A girl from Ferrara created one of the finest private museums in Italy. Money remains tight. It has always been tight, but now you feel it more acutely. Your pension is never enough. Federico gives you what he can, but the duchy's finances are strained. You continue negotiating with dealers, trying to acquire pieces you cannot afford. Some habits never die. Your health begins to fail in earnest in 1529. A fever nearly kills you. You recover slowly, irritable at your body's betrayal. You have too much left to do to be sidelined by mortality. Your doctors prescribe rest. You prescribe more work and hope that determination can substitute for youth. Your correspondence continues but slows. Writing letters exhausts you now. Your secretaries do more of the actual writing while you dictate. The content is as sharp as ever, but your production volume decreases. This feels like defeat. The city of Mantua itself has transformed during your decades there. The palace has expanded. Churches have been renovated. New public buildings grace the squares. Giulio Romano, one of the greatest architects of the age, is working for Federico on the Palazzo Te. You watch the construction and feel pride mixed with envy. Why did these architects not arrive when you had the energy to fully appreciate them? Your children are scattered across Italy now. Your daughter Eleonora is a nun. Your son Ferrante is a condottiero like his father. Ercole is a cardinal. Each has taken their own path. You love them in your way, which is to say distantly but sincerely. You were never a warm mother. You were too busy being everything else. Grandchildren visit occasionally. They're polite and slightly afraid of you. You're a legend in your own lifetime, and legends are intimidating. You try to soften around them but do not quite succeed. Warmth has never been your natural mode. The political situation in Italy continues to deteriorate. Charles V dominates the peninsula. The French have been pushed back. Venice struggles to maintain independence. Florence falls under Medici control again. The age of independent city-states is truly over. You helped Mantua survive into this new era, but you cannot help feeling that something precious has been lost. You begin sorting through your papers, letters, contracts, inventories, decades of documentation. You consider what should be preserved and what destroyed. Some letters contain information too dangerous to leave lying around. Others might prove useful to Federico. You make decisions slowly, carefully, knowing this is your last chance to shape how history remembers you. Your famous charm begins to fade with age. You were always a performer, adjusting your personality to whatever the situation demanded. Now you lack the energy for constant performance. Your natural acerbity shows through more often. People who only knew the charming Marchesa are startled by your sharp tongue. You attend fewer public events. Your apartments become your world. You receive visitors there, conduct business from your chambers, manage what you can from a shrinking sphere. This feels like retreat, and you hate retreating, but your body insists. Some old friends die. Margarita Cantelme, your correspondent of 30 years, passes away. You write fewer letters after that. The network you spent a lifetime building begins to contract. This is the loneliness of outliving your generation. You still collect art when opportunities arise. The obsession never fully leaves you. The dealer offers you a classical sculpture at a price you almost afford. You buy it anyway and figure out payment later. Some habits are too deep to break. Your granddaughter visits and asks about your life. You tell her stories, editing out the boring parts and most of the pain. You make it sound like an adventure because in many ways it was. You leave out how exhausting it all was, how constant the struggle, how many times you wanted to quit. She listens wide-eyed, and you wonder if any of this will matter to her generation. 1530 brings more health crises. You are 65 and clearly fading. Your doctors are honest enough to admit they cannot fix age. You appreciate their honesty, even as you ignore their advice to slow down. Slowing down feels like time has frozen. You draft a will, updating it periodically as your health fluctuates. Your collection must be carefully divided. Your books will go to certain people, your jewels to others. You try to be fair while ensuring your finest pieces stay in Mantua. This is harder than negotiating treaties. Federico visits your sickbed and you discuss state business. He needs your advice on dealing with the emperor. You summon the energy to think clearly about diplomacy one more time. You outline a strategy. Federico takes notes. You feel useful, which matters more than comfort. Your mind remains sharp even as your body fails. This is both blessing and curse. You can see exactly what is happening to you and cannot stop it. You're losing a war against an undefeatable enemy. For someone who spent a lifetime outthinking opponents, this is particularly cruel. You look back on your life and count victories. You survived. You built a cultural legacy. You proved that women could wield power as effectively as men if given the chance. You collected beauty and created beauty and patronized genius. These achievements matter. You also count failures. Artists who never painted for you despite years of letters. Manuscripts you wanted but could not afford. Political situations you could not solve. The persistent grinding reality of being taken half as seriously as any man with half your ability. These failures sting. The winter of 1531 is brutal. You're 66 and increasingly frail. You know the end is approaching. You have always been good at reading situations clearly, and this situation is quite clear. Your body is shutting down piece by piece. You ask for your studiolo to be opened so you can see it one more time. Your servants carry you there. You sit in a chair surrounded by your life's work. The Mantegna Parnassus glows on the wall. Ancient marbles catch candlelight. This room is your monument. This will outlast you. You think about legacy, not your collection, but you. What will people remember? The Marchesa who loved art, the diplomat who saved Mantua, the woman who wrote brilliant letters? Or will they just remember that you existed, a footnote in someone else's history? You have lived through one of the most extraordinary periods in human history, the Renaissance, the age when art and learning flourished, when human potential seemed unlimited, when beauty mattered as much as power. You helped create that age. Your patronage, your collecting, your insistence that culture had value. These things mattered. The room darkens, not metaphorically. The candles are burning down and you're too tired to ask for new ones. You sit in the gathering shadows surrounded by beauty you collected over a lifetime. This is not a bad way to end. You are Isabella d'Este. You outsmarted kings and popes. You collected masterpieces and created spaces for genius to flourish. You ruled when you were not supposed to rule and succeeded when you were not supposed to succeed. You lived exactly the life you chose despite every obstacle placed in your way. And you did it with grace and intelligence. and an absolutely relentless refusal to settle for anything less than extraordinary. You are Isabella d'Este, and you are coming to an end. The year is 1539. You're 64. Wait, you are 65. No, you have lost track. The exact number does not matter anymore. The actual date of your death is February 24th, 1539. But you do not know this yet. You are simply tired. More tired than you have ever been. Even more tired than that time after Francesco was captured, and you spent 6 months holding Mantua together through sheer stubbornness. Your apartments in the ducal palace are quiet. Too quiet. Servants move around on tiptoe. Your son Federico visits often, his face carefully composed to hide worry. Your grandchildren are brought to see you. They are quiet, too. Everyone is being very gentle, which tells you exactly how bad things are. You drift in and out of consciousness. When you are awake, you think about your collection. You worry about who will care for it properly after you're gone. You have given detailed instructions, but you know how these things work. People promise to honour your wishes and then do whatever is convenient. Your final illness is not dramatic. No battle scenes. No tragic final speeches. You simply wear out like a piece of machinery that has been running for 65 years. Your heart is tired. Your lungs are tired. Everything is tired. Your mind remains relatively clear, which is almost worse. You can see exactly what is happening. You think about your studiolo often during these final days. The room you spent decades perfecting. The paintings, the sculptures, the precious objects. Each one represents hours of negotiation, years of saving, relationships carefully cultivated. That room is your true child. Your actual children will inherit the duchy. Your studiolo is what you leave to the world. The day you die is cold and grey, not poetically stormy, not beautifully sunny. Just another February day in Mantua. The weather does not care about your passing. This seems appropriate somehow. You spent your life making things happen through quiet persistence, rather than dramatic gestures. Why should death be different? Your last thoughts are probably not grand. You probably do not have philosophical insights about the meaning of life. You're probably just uncomfortable and ready to be done with the whole business of being alive. This is fine. You lived extraordinary. You do not need to die extraordinary too. Your legacy begins the moment you die and continues for centuries. Your collection does scatter eventually, though it takes longer than you feared. The studiolo remains intact for decades after your death. Federico preserves it carefully. Later generations are less careful. Wars come. Economic crises force sales. The Gonzaga collection is gradually dispersed across European museums. The Mantegna Parnassus ends up in the Louvre. Other paintings from your studiolo go to museums in London, Vienna, Boston. They are studied by art historians who piece together your collecting program, your taste, your vision, your incredibly specific requirements for artists. These become case studies in Renaissance patronage. Your letters survive in archives across Italy and beyond. Thousands of them. Scholars spend careers reading through your correspondence, tracing your networks, analysing your diplomatic strategies. You become a primary source for understanding Renaissance politics, culture, and the lives of elite women. The sheer volume of your surviving correspondence is unusual. Most women's letters were not preserved. But you wrote to important people about important matters. Your letters were worth saving. They reveal a mind operating at the highest levels of Renaissance culture and politics. Your reputation evolves over time. Immediately after your death, you're remembered as a great patron and a capable regent. Later, historians emphasise your role in preserving Mantua during crisis. Modern scholars focus on you as an example of female agency in a patriarchal world. Some assessments are harsh. Critics point out that you were not always kind. You could be ruthless in negotiations, cold to your children, demanding of artists. You cared more about acquiring things than about the people who made or sold them. These criticisms are fair. You were complicated. Other assessments border on hagiography. You become a feminist icon, the woman who succeeded in a man's world. This makes you uncomfortable even from beyond the grave. You never thought of yourself as fighting for all women. You fought for yourself and for Mantua. The larger implications did not interest you much. Your collecting shaped what we know about Renaissance art. Because you kept detailed records of commissions, scholars can trace the creation of individual paintings. Because you corresponded with dealers, we understand the Renaissance art market. Because you had opinions about everything, we know how elite patrons thought about beauty and value. The concept of the Studiolo as a private museum owes much to your example. You were not the first to create such a space, but yours became the most famous. Later collectors looked to your model when creating their own cabinets of curiosities. Your influence ripples through centuries of collecting practice. Your diplomatic achievements are harder to measure, but no less real. You kept Mantua independent and relevant during one of the most turbulent periods in Italian history. You navigated between French and Spanish empires, between popes and emperors, between Venice and Milan. You made the right alliances at the right times. Some historians argue you were more important to Mantua's survival than your warrior husband. Francesco fought battles. You prevented wars through diplomacy. He brought short-term glory. You ensured long-term survival. This is unprovable but plausible. Your children and grandchildren carry your legacy in unexpected ways. Your grandson Guglielmo commissions Titian to paint family portraits, continuing your tradition of patronage. Your great-grandchildren sell parts of your collection to pay debts, proving that legacy is complicated. You would be simultaneously proud and furious. Mantua itself remembers you. Plaques mark buildings you inhabited. Tours of the ducal palace mention your apartments. The city claims you as one of its greatest figures, conveniently forgetting you were born elsewhere, and sometimes found Mantua provincial. The letters you wrote to your husband reveal a marriage of convenience that somehow worked. You and Francesco were not great lovers. You were partners in the family business of running a state. You respected his military abilities. He respected your political intelligence. This was better than many Renaissance marriages achieved. Your relationship with your sister Beatrice fascinates historians. You were close until her marriage to Ludovico Sforza of Milan. Then you became rivals, competing for the best artists, the finest manuscripts, the most impressive court. Her early death from childbirth ended the competition, but not your collecting drive. Modern feminists sometimes claim you as a proto-feminist. This is anachronistic but understandable. You demonstrated that women could be as intelligent, cultured, and politically capable as men. You never argued this explicitly. You simply lived it. The example mattered more than any manifesto. Your influence on Renaissance culture extends beyond your direct patronage. Artists you supported went on to create for other patrons, spreading styles you favoured. Scholars you corresponded with cited you in their works, lending your authority to their arguments. Your taste shaped what was considered excellent. The tragedy, if there is one, is that you cannot know your legacy. You laid in peace, wondering if anything you did would matter a century later. 5 centuries later, your name is known to art historians, Renaissance scholars, and anyone interested in powerful women in history. Not household famous, but far from forgotten. Your Studiolo paintings hang in major museums. Millions of people have seen the Mantegna Parnassus without knowing it was commissioned by a woman from Mantua who negotiated for years to get exactly the painting she wanted. The context is lost, but the beauty remains. Your letters provide windows into daily life at a Renaissance court. What people ate, wore, worried about. The price of silk, the cost of a good painting, the difficulty of finding reliable servants. Social historians treasure these details that you recorded without thinking they mattered. You appear in Baldassare Castiglione's The Book of the Courtier as an example of the ideal court lady. This is ironic because you were far more than a court lady. You were the court. But being included in one of the most influential books of the 16th century ensures your name travels far beyond Mantua. Some of your possessions survive in unexpected places. A cameo you owned appears in a British museum. A book from your library surfaces in a French archive. These fragments of your collection are like pieces of a puzzle scattered across Europe. Scholars try to reassemble your world through these remnants. Your grave is in a church in Mantua. Tourists occasionally visit. Most do not know who you were beyond the dates. A A few bring flowers. You would appreciate the gesture while questioning their taste in flowers. You always had opinions about everything, including appropriate funerary bouquets. The world you knew is long gone. The Italian Renaissance ended. The city-states were absorbed into larger kingdoms and empires. The certainties of your world collapsed under modern ideas about democracy and nationalism. But the art remains. The letters remain. The evidence of your extraordinary life remains. You outsmarted kings. This was not hyperbole. You negotiated with French kings and German emperors and Spanish monarchs. You usually got at least part of what you wanted through intelligence and charm. Kings underestimated you because you were a woman. This was their mistake. You collected beauty at a time when beauty was not considered a female concern. You were supposed to be pious and quiet and focused on your husband and children. You were pious when convenient, never quiet, and focused on building a cultural legacy. You redefined what a Renaissance woman could accomplish. Your life spanned enormous changes. You were born when Constantinople fell to the Ottomans. You passed away after the Reformation had split Christian Europe. You witnessed the height of the Renaissance and the beginning of its decline. You adapted to every change and thrived. The letters stop when you die. Thousands of conversations simply end. Your correspondents write to each other about your death. They express loss and admiration. They acknowledge that someone remarkable has left the world. Then they move on because life continues. Your actual last words are not recorded. Probably you said something practical about your collection or your will. Possibly you said nothing at all. The end is exhausting work, and sometimes silence is appropriate. You are gone, but your studiolo remains, at least for a while. The paintings endure, the letters survive. The example of your life persists. You built something that outlasted you. For someone as obsessed with legacy as you were, this is victory enough. Sleep well, my tired potatoes. You have walked with Isabella d'Este through libraries and palaces, through diplomatic crises and artistic triumphs. You have seen what determination and intelligence could accomplish, even when the world insisted women should be quiet and decorative. She refused to be either. She built a legacy that echoes through 500 years. If you enjoyed this journey through Renaissance Italy, and found yourself drifting peacefully as Isabella collected her treasures and outmaneuvered her rivals, consider subscribing. There are more stories waiting, more forgotten lives that deserve remembering, more history told gently enough to carry you towards sleep while respecting the complexity of the past. Until next time, rest well. Dream of studioli filled with Mantegna paintings and letters sealed with wax that once shaped the fate of nations. On a cold March afternoon in 1913, thousands of women gathered in Washington for a parade that would change American history. The procession they were about to begin would face unexpected chaos, violent opposition, and national scandal. Tonight, you will walk beside them through every moment of that remarkable day. You find yourself in a cramped office in Washington during the winter of 1912. The room smells of ink and paper and old wood. Stacks of letters cover every available surface. Some have spilled onto the floor, creating paper drifts in the corners. A young woman named Alice Paul sits at a desk covered with maps of the capital city. She is 28 years old. Her dark hair is pulled back severely from her face, in a style that suggests she has no time for vanity. The winter light coming through the window is weak and grey. It barely illuminates the cluttered space, but Alice does not seem to notice the dimness. She has just returned from England, where she learned protest tactics from British suffragettes. She watched women chain themselves to railings outside Parliament. She saw hunger strikes and force-feeding in prisons. She participated in window-smashing campaigns. The British movement taught her that polite requests achieve nothing. Only dramatic action forces change. Now she wants to bring that energy to America. But American suffragists tend toward genteel tactics. They hold tea parties and organise petition drives. They speak at gatherings of people who already agree with them. Alice finds this approach insufficient. The National American Woman Suffrage Association has given her a small budget and a large mandate. She must organise something spectacular for the day before Woodrow Wilson's presidential inauguration. They want visibility. They want attention. Alice intends to deliver both. The timing is no accident. When a new president arrives in Washington, the city fills with visitors and journalists. Every hotel room gets booked months in advance. Every newspaper sends reporters to cover the festivities. The inauguration dominates national conversation for weeks. Alice intends to use that attention for her cause. She wants suffragists inserted into every newspaper story about the inauguration. She wants their presence impossible to ignore. She spreads a map across her desk and traces Pennsylvania Avenue with one finger. The route runs from the Capitol to the White House. It measures exactly 1.5 miles of ceremonial importance. This avenue represents the heart of American government. Presidents travel it during inaugurations. Foreign dignitaries parade down it during state visits. Victory celebrations happen here. The idea forming in her mind is audacious. She wants to stage the largest parade for women's rights that America has ever seen. She wants it on Pennsylvania Avenue on the day before Wilson takes office. Most suffrage events happen in small halls or church basements. They attract polite audiences who already support the cause. Perhaps 200 people attend. The events receive brief mentions in local newspapers if they receive coverage at all. Alice wants something completely different. She wants spectacle that demands attention. She wants to force people who disagree with suffrage to stop and watch. She wants an event so large that newspapers cannot ignore it. Her colleague Lucy Burns arrives carrying a stack of financial documents. Lucy has red hair and a sharp mind for logistics. She also spent time with the British suffragettes. Lucy brings bad news about the budget. They have almost no money. The national organisation has given them exactly $10 to start with. $10 to organise a parade that Alice envisions, including thousands of participants. Alice just smiles. She has already begun writing letters to wealthy supporters. She knows how to ask for donations. More importantly, she knows how to make people feel that history is happening, and they must be part of it. She learned this skill from British suffragette leader Emmeline Pankhurst. Emmeline could convince wealthy women to fund radical actions by making them feel personally invested in the outcome. Alice applies the same psychology. Her fundraising letters paint vivid pictures of what the parade could accomplish. They make donors feel like heroes supporting a noble cause. The office grows dark as afternoon turns to evening. Washington winters bring early darkness. Alice lights a kerosene lamp and continues working. The lamp casts dancing shadows on the walls. She writes the word procession at the top of a fresh page. Not march, not demonstration. Procession sounds dignified and unstoppable. It suggests something ceremonial and important. Language matters in political movements. The right word can change how people perceive an event. You watch her sketch out sections for the parade. Her handwriting is precise and efficient, every letter formed with purpose. Floats will carry living tableaux depicting famous women from history. Different professions will march in separate groups to show that women work in every field. This visual argument matters enormously. One common objection to women's suffrage claims that women do not participate in public life. They stay home caring for children. They have no stake in political decisions. Alice wants the parade to demolish this argument visually. Every marching section will prove that women already contribute to society in countless ways. College students will march together wearing their academic robes. The sight of educated women pursuing degrees will contradict claims about female intellectual inferiority. Working women will march in their everyday clothes. Factory workers and shop clerks will demonstrate that women support themselves financially. They deserve political representation just as male workers do. There will be foreign delegations showing international support. There will be state delegations demonstrating the geographic breadth of the movement. Alice calculates that she needs at least 8,000 women to make the visual impact she wants. 8,000 marchers will fill Pennsylvania Avenue. They will create an image impossible to dismiss. Her friends think she's dreaming. The largest suffrage parade in American history attracted only 3,000 participants. That happened in New York City, which has a much larger population of activists than Washington. How can Alice possibly convince 8,000 women to travel to Washington in March? Alice remains undeterred. She believes the inauguration timing will draw women from across the country. Women want to be part of history. They want to witness the moment when suffrage becomes impossible to ignore. She also believes that men will try to disrupt the parade. She has seen how crowds react when women claim public space for political purposes. Men feel threatened. They respond with mockery and sometimes violence. This is why she wants the procession to look beautiful and dignified. Every detail must project respectability. Every marcher must appear calm and purposeful. The visual contrast between dignified women and hostile opposition will work in the suffragists' favour. The opposition will expect wild women making scenes. Alice plans to give them something they cannot dismiss or ridicule. She wants the parade to look like a religious procession or a military review, something serious and organised. She works late into the night designing the parade's visual language. White dresses for the main marchers. The white symbolises purity of purpose. Purple and gold sashes add colour and identify participants as suffragists. Banners must be large enough to read from a distance. Every aesthetic choice serves strategic purpose. By morning she has filled 20 pages with notes and sketches. The vision is complete in her mind. Now comes the hard work of making it real. The real work is about to begin. January arrives with freezing rain that turns Washington streets to rivers of slush. You stand with Alice outside a vacant building on F Street. The landlord has agreed to let the Suffrage organisation use it as headquarters. The space is enormous and completely empty. Dust covers the floorboards in thick layers. Broken windows let in cold air that makes your breath visible. Water stains mark the ceiling where the roof leaks. Most people would look at this space and see only problems. Alice looks around the room with satisfaction. She sees potential where others see decay. She walks through the empty rooms, planning how to use each space. This room will hold the clerical staff. That room will store costumes and banners. The largest room will serve as a general assembly area. Within days, the empty building transforms into a bustling campaign headquarters. Volunteers arrive carrying borrowed furniture dragged from attics and basements. Someone donates a dozen typewriters that clatter constantly throughout the day. Another supporter provides a telephone line that rings incessantly. The walls soon fill with charts tracking parade preparations. One massive chart lists every state in the Union. Beside each state name, volunteers mark the number of expected marchers. The numbers start small but grow steadily. Another chart tracks the recruitment of marchers from different professions: doctors, lawyers, teachers, nurses, social workers, artists. Each profession needs its own banner and section leader. Alice divides the work into departments like a military campaign. One team handles publicity and media relations. Another manages logistics and transportation. A third coordinates with local police and city officials. The publicity team proves particularly creative. They design posters showing a young woman in classical robes carrying a torch of liberty. The image appears on everything from postcards to pennants to lapel buttons. One volunteer suggests creating small purple and gold ribbons that supporters can wear. The ribbons cost almost nothing to produce but spread visual awareness of the movement. Soon these ribbons appear on coat lapels throughout Washington. Even people who cannot attend the parade can show support by wearing the colours. Fundraising happens constantly and everywhere. Alice writes dozens of letters each day requesting donations. She tailors each letter to its recipient. Wealthy women hear about the historic importance of the parade. Working women hear about solidarity and mutual support. Small amounts arrive from women who save pennies from household budgets. One letter includes 50 cents wrapped in newspaper with a note saying the sender wishes she could give more. Large cheques come from wealthy supporters who can afford substantial contributions. Alice thanks every donor personally, regardless of the amount. The budget grows slowly but steadily. By late January, enough money exists to rent costumes and begin building parade floats. The headquarters now employs a small staff who work 12-hour days. The building never closes. Volunteers arrive before dawn and leave after midnight. The constant activity gives the place an electric feeling. You notice how Alice manages people. She gives clear instructions and expects them to be followed without question. She rarely raises her voice, but somehow everyone knows when she's displeased. Her standards are impossibly high. She expects perfection in every detail. A banner with crooked stitching gets remade. A flyer with a spelling error goes in the trash. Some volunteers find her difficult to work with. They complain that she demands too much. They resent her refusal to accept excuses. Other volunteers admire her intensity. They recognise that building something this ambitious requires someone willing to push boundaries and enforce discipline. Alice does not care whether people like her. She cares whether they complete their assignments correctly and on time. The parade route requires official approval from the city government. This process involves multiple meetings with bureaucrats who seem uninterested in helping. Alice meets with the superintendent of police multiple times to discuss logistics and security. The superintendent is a tired-looking man named Richard Sylvester. He clearly wishes the suffrage procession would happen somewhere else or not at all. He worries about crowd control. He worries about traffic disruption. He worries about his department's reputation if anything goes wrong. He suggests that the women march on a side street instead of Pennsylvania Avenue. Perhaps a route through residential neighbourhoods where fewer people will notice them. Alice refuses immediately. Pennsylvania Avenue is the main ceremonial route through Washington. Presidents use it during inaugurations. That symbolic importance matters enormously to the suffrage cause. She points out that other groups receive permits for Pennsylvania Avenue regularly. Military parades happen there. Civic celebrations happen there. Denying the suffrage procession this route would be obvious discrimination. The superintendent eventually grants the permit but warns that his department cannot guarantee adequate protection. He says the city will be too crowded. He claims his officers will be stretched thin managing inauguration festivities. Alice notes his words carefully in her leather-bound notebook. She suspects he's creating an excuse for what might happen. If violence occurs, he wants to say he warned everyone in advance. She leaves the meeting feeling uneasy but determined. The parade will happen on Pennsylvania Avenue regardless of what the police department does or does not do. Meanwhile, recruitment continues across the country. Letters go out to suffrage organisations in every state. The message emphasises the historic nature of this moment. This parade will be the largest demonstration for women's rights in American history. Every woman who participates becomes part of that history. Women's groups in New York decide to send a large delegation. They organise fundraising events to pay for train tickets. They design matching sashes identifying them as New York suffragists. California plans to send representatives despite the enormous distance. California women already have voting rights. They want to march in Washington to show other states what political equality looks like. Even small towns in rural areas begin organising groups. A letter arrives from Nebraska reporting that 12 women plan to make the journey. Another letter from Vermont mentions 8 participants. The parade starts taking shape in Alice's mind as a massive demonstration of women's organisational capacity. Every marcher represents hours of local coordination and fundraising. Every delegation demonstrates that suffrage support extends far beyond big cities and elite circles. Some women will travel for days to reach Washington. They will sleep in boarding houses or with supportive families willing to host suffragists. They will spend money they can barely afford on train tickets and accommodations. Alice feels the weight of their faith in her vision. These women trust that the parade will be worth their sacrifice. She cannot let them down. The headquarters receives hundreds of letters from women asking practical questions. What should we wear? Where should we meet? Will there be food available? Can we bring children? The staff develops detailed instruction sheets answering common questions. Every participant receives a packet explaining logistics. Nothing can be left to chance or confusion. One major concern involves the physical demands of marching. The route covers 1.5 miles. Some elderly women worry they cannot walk that far. Others have health conditions that limit their endurance. Alice arranges for automobiles to carry women who cannot march the full distance. This also adds visual variety to the procession. Not just marchers on foot, but decorated vehicles creating moving pageantry. She recruits women who own cars and asks them to decorate their vehicles with suffrage colours. The result will be a fleet of purple and gold automobiles carrying riders waving banners. The headquarters buzzes with activity every day. Seamstresses work in one corner altering costumes to fit different body types. Artists paint banners in another area using bold letters visible from blocks away. One room becomes a costume workshop. Volunteers sew white dresses for marchers who cannot afford to provide their own. Other volunteers create elaborate allegorical costumes for the floats. Someone has the idea to include a herald on horseback at the front of the procession. Alice immediately sees the dramatic potential. A woman on horseback will capture attention and look magnificent in photographs. The herald will ride ahead of the main procession wearing a flowing cape. She will carry a trumpet to announce the parade's approach. Her appearance will signal that something significant is about to happen. Finding the right person for this role takes several interviews. The woman must ride exceptionally well. She must look comfortable in costume. She must also believe deeply enough in suffrage to accept the attention and potential ridicule. A lawyer named Inez Milholland volunteers for the position. She rides expertly and possesses striking looks that photograph beautifully. She is tall and graceful with dark hair that flows dramatically. Alice approves immediately. Inez will make the perfect herald. Her appearance will give the parade a mythological quality. The pieces slowly come together like a complex puzzle. Each element must fit precisely with all the others. By late February, the parade has expanded beyond Alice's initial vision. More women want to participate than she expected. The final count looks like it will exceed 9,000 marchers. The logistics grow increasingly complex with each new participant. More sections mean more coordination. More marchers mean more potential for confusion, but Alice never considers scaling back. Bigger means better in this case. Bigger means impossible to ignore. Bigger means historic. She works through every night now. Sleep becomes a luxury she cannot afford. There is always another letter to write, another detail to finalise, another problem to solve. Her staff worries about her health. She looks gaunt and exhausted, but she refuses to slow down. Everything must be perfect for March 3rd. You arrive in Washington on March 1st. The city already feels crowded with inauguration visitors. Trains keep bringing more people throughout the day and night. The platform at Union Station teems with travellers carrying luggage. Hotel porters shout for attention. Cab drivers compete for fares. The noise is overwhelming after the quiet of your train journey. Hotels display signs saying they have no vacancies. Every room in the city has been booked for weeks. Restaurants serve meals to waiting customers standing in lines that stretch down sidewalks and around corners. You find the boarding house where suffragists have arranged accommodations. The narrow building stands on a residential street several blocks from downtown. A purple and gold banner hangs from the second-floor window. Inside, women occupy every available space. Some sleep 2 or 3 to a bed. Others make do with pallets on the floor. Everyone shares the single bathroom in shifts. The atmosphere mixes excitement with nervousness. Women from different states introduce themselves and exchange stories about their journeys. Some travelled for 3 days to reach Washington. Others came from nearby states but still made significant sacrifices to participate. A teacher from Ohio explains that she used her entire winter's savings for the train ticket. A factory worker from Massachusetts took unpaid leave from her job. An elderly woman from Pennsylvania brought her granddaughter to witness history. Each story reinforces the importance of what will happen tomorrow. The suffrage headquarters operates at maximum capacity. You visit on March 2nd to receive your final instructions. Volunteers work around the clock preparing last-minute details. The building smells of fresh paint and coffee and nervous energy. Alice has barely slept in weeks. Dark circles show under her eyes like bruises. Her hands shake slightly when she holds papers, but her voice remains steady, and her energy never flags. She moves through the headquarters giving directions and solving problems. Someone lost their banner, someone else needs a costume adjusted. A group from Virginia arrived without their assigned section leader. Alice handles every crisis calmly and efficiently. She seems to hold the entire parade structure in her mind simultaneously. She knows where every section should be and when every group should arrive. The parade's order of march has been finalised and printed on cards distributed to all participants. Each section knows its position. Each group knows when to arrive at the staging area and where to line up. The procession will begin with Inez Milholland as herald on horseback. Then comes a large float carrying a woman dressed as Columbia, the female personification of America. She will wear flowing robes and a crown of stars. Bands will provide music throughout the parade. Alice has recruited military bands, college bands, and community bands. Music will keep marchers in step and lift spirits. After the floats come the marchers organised by profession. This arrangement serves strategic purpose. It demonstrates visually that women work in every field of American life. Doctors will march together wearing white medical coats. Their banner reads, "Women Physicians for Equal Rights." Lawyers march in another section. Teachers form one of the largest professional groups. Nurses arrive in their distinctive uniforms. Artists and writers form their own contingent. Factory workers march to represent women in manufacturing. Social workers demonstrate the reform movements that women lead. College students march wearing their academic robes. These young women represent the future of the movement. Many attend schools that did not even admit women a generation earlier. Their presence proves that women can pursue higher education successfully. Behind the professional sections come delegations organised by state. Each state carries its own banner showing its name in large letters. The number of marchers from each state varies wildly based on distance and local organisation strength. New York sends hundreds of women. The city has a large and active suffrage movement. California sends a smaller but symbolically important delegation. Wyoming sends a group that carries special pride as the first state to grant women full voting rights back in 1869. Southern states send smaller delegations. Suffrage faces more resistance in the South, where traditional gender roles remain more rigid. At the very end march male supporters. Alice debated whether to include men. Some suffragists worry that male participation undermines the message that women can organise and lead their own movement. She decides to allow it because she wants to demonstrate that suffrage has support across society. But the men march last to make absolutely clear this is fundamentally a women's movement. The men come as allies and supporters, not leaders. The staging area will be at the Capitol. This location offers both symbolic power and practical space. The Capitol grounds can accommodate thousands of marchers assembling in sections. Marchers will begin gathering at noon. The procession starts at 3 in the afternoon. The timing has been calculated carefully. Woodrow Wilson arrives in Washington at 3:30. His train from New Jersey is scheduled to reach Union Station half an hour after the parade begins. Alice hopes the city's attention will be focused entirely on the suffrage procession when the president-elect arrives. She wants him to step off his train and find the Capitol consumed by demands for women's rights. She wants suffrage to be the story of inauguration weekend, not just a footnote. On March 2nd, the headquarters receives troubling news. The police department has assigned only about 100 officers to manage the parade route. This number seems wildly insufficient for a parade expected to draw massive crowds. Alice immediately recognises the problem. Pennsylvania Avenue on inauguration weekend will be packed with visitors. 100 officers cannot control crowds along a 1.5 mile route. She meets again with Superintendent Sylvester and requests more officers. He claims no additional staff can be spared. The department needs officers at the train station, at the hotels, at the Capitol. Every officer is assigned somewhere. Alice takes detailed notes of the conversation in her leather notebook. She wants a precise record of what was promised and what was denied. She has learned to document everything when dealing with officials who might later deny their own statements. She leaves the meeting convinced that the police department either does not care about protecting the marchers or actively hopes something goes wrong. That evening, Alice speaks at a rally to boost morale. Hundreds of women attending the procession gather at a church to hear her. The pews fill completely. Women stand along the walls and crowd the doorway. Alice keeps her remarks brief and practical. She explains the parade route in detail. She reminds everyone to remain calm regardless of what happens. She emphasises maintaining dignity at all costs. She does not mention her concerns about police protection. No need to increase everyone's anxiety. Her voice carries absolute confidence. She makes the success of tomorrow sound inevitable. The women in the audience sit up straighter. They feel their nervousness transforming into determination. After the rally, volunteers return to headquarters to prepare materials for distribution tomorrow. Thousands of leaflets explaining the suffrage cause have been printed on cream-coloured paper. The plan involves handing these to spectators along the route. Alice wants every person who watches to receive information about why women deserve the vote. Even hostile spectators might read a leaflet later and reconsider their views. The leaflets summarise key arguments for suffrage in simple language. Women pay taxes but cannot vote on how that money is spent. Women must obey laws but cannot vote on what those laws should be. Women work in factories and offices but cannot vote on labour regulations. The arguments are logical and difficult to refute. You help load boxes of leaflets into automobiles. The papers smell of fresh ink. Your hands turn slightly grey from handling them. The March night air feels cold, but not unbearably so. Weather reports predict partly cloudy skies for tomorrow with temperatures in the 40s. Not ideal parade weather, but not terrible either. At least it should not rain. Rain would ruin costumes and dampen spirits. Alice is worried constantly about weather. She cannot control it, but she checks forecasts obsessively anyway. Back at the boarding house, women prepare their outfits for tomorrow. White dresses get pressed carefully. Purple and gold sashes get folded and packed. Comfortable walking shoes get polished, even though they will become dusty during the march. Everyone tries to sleep, but excitement makes rest difficult. You lie awake listening to whispered conversations in the darkness. Someone asks if anyone else feels frightened. Another voice answers that being frightened is normal, but they should do it anyway. The conversation continues softly for a while, before gradually trailing off into silence. You finally drift to sleep thinking about tomorrow. Everything has been building toward March 3rd. All the planning and organising and fundraising comes down to a few hours on Pennsylvania Avenue. Either the parade will succeed spectacularly or fail embarrassingly. There seems to be no middle ground. Tomorrow will reveal which possibility becomes reality. You wake early on March 3rd. Weak dawn light filters through thin curtains. The city already sounds busy even though the hour is barely past 6. Voices carry through the boarding house walls. Footsteps cross the floor above you. Doors slam as people leave for the inauguration festivities that will fill this day. You lie still for a moment listening to the sounds of the city waking. Your heart beats faster than normal. Today matters in ways that feel both personal and historic. Breakfast happens quickly in the crowded boarding house dining room. You eat bread with butter and drink coffee that tastes bitter and strong. The coffee helps push away the last fog of sleep. Other women at your table are also marching today. Everyone reviews assignments while eating. You will march with the writers and artists section. Your group will assemble near the Capitol at 1 in the afternoon. Conversation flows nervously around the table. Someone jokes about getting arrested. Someone else worries about hostile crowds. An older woman reminds everyone that their cause is just, and therefore success is certain. The morning passes in a blur of nervous preparation. You check your white dress for wrinkles and find a small stain near the hem. You try to clean it with a damp cloth, but the stain remains visible. You decide it does not matter. No one will notice a small stain among thousands of marchers. You practice holding your section's banner at the correct angle. The banner is heavier than you expected. Your arms will ache by the end of the parade. Other women in the boarding house help each other with costume adjustments and hair arrangements. Someone has brought extra safety pins which get passed around. Another woman shares ribbons for tying back hair. The atmosphere feels like preparing for battle. Everyone helps everyone else. No one wants to arrive at the Capitol unprepared. Shortly after noon, you leave for the staging area. The streets grow more crowded with every block you walk. Washington has transformed into a carnival. Men in suits walk purposefully toward downtown. Families stroll together looking for good viewing spots for the inauguration parade tomorrow. Children dart between adults chasing each other and shrieking with laughter. Street vendors sell flags and souvenirs from wooden carts. Someone offers roasted chestnuts for 5 cents a bag. The smell of cooking meat drifts from a restaurant. The mood feels festive throughout the city. Washington loves inaugurations. The peaceful transfer of power between presidents gets celebrated with parades and parties and general revelry. Most people on the street seem unaware that another procession is about to happen. They have come to Washington to celebrate Woodrow Wilson. The suffrage parade exists outside their awareness. This will change shortly. You reach the Capitol grounds and find organised chaos spread across acres of lawn and pavement. Thousands of women mill around trying to locate their assigned sections. Volunteers wearing purple armbands direct traffic. They carry clipboards and check off names on long lists. The logistics rival a military operation. Every detail has been planned, but reality always includes complications. The professional sections line up first according to the planned order of march. You watch doctors in white medical coats gather under their banner. They look dignified and serious. Several carry medical bags as props identifying their profession. Teachers form neat rows behind their banner. Many wear the simple dark dresses they wear to classrooms. Nurses arrive wearing their distinctive uniforms with white caps and aprons. Everyone looks determined and slightly nervous. This strange combination of emotions shows on every face. The college students create a splash of colour with their academic robes. The robes are black, but purple and gold sashes mark them clearly as suffragists. Their youth and energy project optimism that the older marchers sometimes lack. These young women have grown up hearing about suffrage. For them, voting rights feel inevitable rather than impossible. Their confidence is contagious. State delegations begin assembling in their designated areas. Women from states where voting is already legal carry special pride. They march to demonstrate what political equality looks like in practice. The New York delegation is enormous. They have brought their own band. Their banners are professionally painted and mounted on poles that gleam in the afternoon light. California's delegation is smaller, but no less proud. They wear yellow roses pinned to their dresses. The yellow rose has become a symbol of suffrage in California. Even states with tiny delegations assemble with dignity. Vermont sends only 6 women, but they march together under their state banner as if they represent an army. The atmosphere mixes excitement with tension. Everyone senses the importance of this moment. Years of organising and hoping and arguing come down to this afternoon. Near 2 o'clock, Inez Mulholland arrives on her horse. The horse is a magnificent grey animal with a long flowing mane. Inez wears a white cape that drapes dramatically over the saddle and trails almost to the ground. A golden crown sits on her dark hair, catching the sunlight. She looks like a figure from mythology, ready to lead an army into a legendary battle. The crowd of marchers cheers when they see her. The sound of thousands of voices raised together sends shivers down your spine. Inez smiles and waves. She controls the horse expertly with one hand while holding a long trumpet in the other. She has practiced riding with the trumpet for weeks to ensure she looks natural. Alice moves through the sections giving final instructions. She reminds everyone to maintain dignity regardless of what happens. She emphasises walking steadily and ignoring hecklers. She tells marchers to help each other if anyone stumbles or falls behind. Her composure helps calm nervous marchers. If Alice believes they will succeed, they can believe it too. The bands tune their instruments, creating a cacophony of random notes. Floats wait in position, with their elaborate decorations catching attention. Everything is ready. Photographers from newspapers position themselves to capture images. They have set up tripods and large cameras with black cloth hoods. Alice speaks briefly with the photographers. She wants to ensure they understand the importance of capturing good images. Photographs will determine how people remember this day. The minutes tick past slowly. Waiting feels harder than marching will be. Finally, at precisely 3 o'clock, Inez kicks her horse forward. The parade begins moving toward Pennsylvania Avenue. Music swells from the first band. Thousands of feet start stepping in unison. You feel your section beginning to move. The parade has begun. You step onto Pennsylvania Avenue with thousands of other women. The feeling defies easy description. Pride and fear mix together in your chest, making it difficult to breathe normally. The avenue stretches ahead wider than any street you have walked before. Buildings rise on both sides, creating a corridor that channels attention toward the marchers. The first blocks pass peacefully enough. Spectators line both sides of the street, but leave adequate room for the parade to proceed. The crowd is several people deep but orderly. Some people cheer when the marchers pass. Their clapping sounds thin in the open air, but encouraging nonetheless. You see women in the crowd waving handkerchiefs in support. Others watch silently with unreadable expressions. These silent watchers might be neutral, or they might be hostile. Their silence reveals nothing about their thoughts. A few men make dismissive comments that carry to your ears. Look at them trying to be important. They should be home where they belong. You try to ignore these voices, but they sting anyway. The bands play stirring marches. The music helps everyone keep pace and lift spirits. You recognise some of the tunes from military ceremonies. The familiar music makes the parade feel official and important. Inez rides ahead, carrying her cape dramatically in the wind. Photographers rush to capture her image. She understands the assignment perfectly and poses naturally while maintaining forward motion. Her horse prances beautifully. The combination of the grey horse, the white cape and the golden crown creates an image that will appear in newspapers across the country. The float carrying Columbia follows next. The woman portraying her wears flowing white robes cinched with a gold belt. She holds aloft a staff topped with an eagle. Her other hand rests on a shield painted with stars and stripes. The float moves slowly, pulled by white horses. Flowers decorate every surface. The effect is both patriotic and mythological. Behind the floats, the professional women march in organised ranks. Their banners identify their occupations clearly: lawyer, physician, professor, social worker, librarian, journalist. This visual demonstration matters enormously for the cause. One common argument against suffrage claims women do not participate meaningfully in public life. The parade proves otherwise with every step. Women work, women contribute, women organise, women lead. The evidence marches down Pennsylvania Avenue, impossible to deny. You march with the writers and artists. Your section includes novelists, journalists, poets, and painters. The banner overhead reads "Literary and Art Workers for Equal Rights." The banner feels heavy in your hands. Your arms already ache from holding it at the correct angle. You will need to switch hands frequently to avoid exhaustion. Around you march women whose work you admire. A poet whose verses you memorised as a girl walks 3 rows ahead. A journalist who covered labour strikes marches beside you. An illustrator whose drawings appear in magazines carries the other side of the banner. You feel honoured to march with them. Their presence makes your own participation feel more legitimate. For several blocks, everything proceeds smoothly. The crowd remains manageable. Police officers stand at regular intervals watching the parade pass. The officers wear their dress uniforms with brass buttons polished to high shine. They stand with hands clasped behind their backs, looking official but uninvolved. Then you notice changes ahead. The spectators press closer to the marching line. They lean forward, trying to get better views. Their bodies encroach gradually into the space meant for marchers. Police officers seem fewer and less attentive than before. Gaps appear in crowd control. Whole sections of sidewalk have no officers visible at all. Men begin pushing forward from the sidewalks into the street. They do not move aggressively at first. Their encroachment feels almost accidental. They simply want better views and do not think about blocking the route. But the cumulative effect creates problems. The marchers maintain formation despite decreasing space. Everyone remembers Alice's instructions about dignity and persistence, but the crowd keeps pressing inward like water seeking the lowest level. Some men shout questions, attempting to engage the marchers in conversation. Where do you think you're going dressed like that? Why are you not home cooking dinner for your families? The comments try to provoke reactions and create confrontation. The marchers stay silent and focused. Responding to hecklers would accomplish nothing. The dignity of silence speaks louder than any retort. More spectators flood into the street. Most seem genuinely curious rather than hostile. They simply want a better view and do not realise they are blocking the parade route. Police officers make half-hearted attempts to push people back. They gesture with their hands and speak words you cannot hear. Their efforts prove insufficient and brief. The procession slows to accommodate the tighter conditions. Marchers bunch together. The organised lines begin breaking apart as women navigate around obstacles. You lose sight of the float ahead. The crowd has filled the space between sections. What should be a continuous parade has become fragmented. Music from the bands grows fainter. Too many bodies absorb the sound before it reaches your ears. You can no longer march to the beat of the drums. The situation continues deteriorating with each block. Men now completely block portions of the route ahead. They do not step aside when marchers approach. Instead, they stand firm, forcing the women to navigate around them like water flowing around rocks. Some spectators laugh at the difficulty the marchers face. They find humour in watching women struggle. Others look uncomfortable but do nothing to help. Their discomfort does not translate into action. You feel your heart racing but force yourself to keep walking. Stopping would make things worse. Forward motion is the only answer even when forward progress becomes difficult. The march has transformed from celebration into struggle. Every step forward requires intention and effort. Nothing comes easily now. The sun moves lower in the western sky. More than an hour has passed since the parade began. The marchers should be halfway to the White House by now. Instead, they have travelled perhaps a third of the distance. At this rate, the parade will take hours longer than planned. Some marchers will not finish before darkness falls. You adjust your grip on the banner and keep walking. Around you, other women do the same. Faces show determination mixed with anxiety. But no one turns back. The parade must continue. The crowd turns from obstacle to threat gradually and then suddenly. The transformation happens in stages that accelerate until control disappears completely. One moment people merely stand in the way, creating inconvenience. The next moment they actively push and shove, creating danger. Men grab at banners trying to pull them down. They catch fabric edges and yank hard. Some banners rip under the pressure. Others stay intact but tilt at wrong angles. They step on the hems of white dresses deliberately. You hear fabric tearing as women try to walk forward, while men stand on their skirts. The sound of ripping cloth becomes common. They jostle marchers with their elbows and shoulders. The jostling appears accidental but happens too frequently to be unintentional. Bodies slam into marchers from the side, knocking them off balance. The attacks seem random at first, individual troublemakers acting independently for their own amusement, young men showing off for their friends. Then you realise the harassment is widespread and coordinated. Groups have positioned themselves strategically along the route. They communicate with each other through gestures and shouts. This is organised opposition, not spontaneous disruption. Groups of young men position themselves to block the march completely. They link arms, forming human chains across the street. When marchers try to go around, these men move to block again. They treat the whole thing as sport. They laugh and call to each other, keeping score of how many women they can stop or trip. Insults fly constantly now. The language grows crude and threatening. Men question the femininity and morality of the marchers in terms that would never appear in newspapers. They call the women unfeminine and unattractive. They suggest no man would want to marry such creatures. They speculate loudly about the marchers' private lives using vulgar language. The insults aim to humiliate and silence. They reveal the depth of hostility that women's political demands inspire in some men. Some women begin crying but keep walking. Tears stream down their faces but their feet continue moving forward. The crying combines with determination in a way that seems uniquely human. Others link arms with their neighbours to push through the crowds. They form small protective units that move together. The locked arms provide both physical support and emotional solidarity. Police officers stand nearby watching everything. They make no effort to intervene. They observe the harassment with expressions ranging from amusement to indifference. The lack of protection feels deliberate rather than accidental. The officers have chosen to do nothing. They stand with their arms crossed or their hands in their pockets while women are attacked. You see a woman knocked to the ground when someone trips her intentionally. She falls hard onto the pavement. Her white dress splays around her. Her hat rolls away into the crowd. Her friends immediately help her stand. They brush dirt from her dress and retrieve her hat. Her white dress now shows dirty streaks and a torn hem. But she keeps marching. The float carrying Columbia gets stuck completely. The crowd presses so tightly around it that the horses cannot move forward. They pull against their harnesses but make no progress. The woman portraying Columbia climbs down from the float. She gathers her flowing robes and joins the marchers on foot. Her golden staff becomes a walking stick. Bands stop playing because they cannot maintain formation. Musicians carry their instruments and try to keep up with their sections. A trombone bangs against someone's back. A drum tilts sideways, threatening to fall. The organised procession has devolved into chaos. What was supposed to be a dignified march has become a desperate push through hostile territory. Marchers scatter across Pennsylvania Avenue trying to find paths forward. Some sections push ahead aggressively, while others fall behind struggling with obstacles. Communication becomes impossible. You cannot see more than a few people in any direction. The crowd of spectators has swallowed the parade whole. The sun sits lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the street. The shadows make the chaos look even more threatening. Several hours have passed since the parade began. Everyone feels exhausted. Walking requires constant vigilance and effort. There is no rhythm anymore, no steady pace. Only irregular progress measured in difficult yards, yet the marchers refuse to quit. Despite everything working against them, the women keep moving toward the White House. They help each other navigate obstacles. They share water from canteens. They offer words of encouragement. You witness extraordinary bravery in small moments that no one will record in newspapers. An elderly woman trips and nearly falls. 3 strangers immediately support her with their arms and help her continue without stopping. They become her temporary escort through the worst section of crowd. A young mother carrying a baby somehow maintains her place in line. The baby cries from all the noise. The mother rocks and walks simultaneously. Her face shows determination that borders on fierce. College students form protective circles around older marchers. The young women link arms, creating barriers that hostile men find harder to penetrate. They use their youth and strength to shield others. The violence escalates with each passing block. What began as harassment has progressed to assault. Men begin spitting at the marchers. They spit deliberately, aiming for faces and white dresses. The spitting is degrading in ways that physical blows are not. They throw lit cigarettes at the marchers. The cigarettes bounce off clothing, leaving burn marks. Someone's hat catches fire and must be quickly extinguished. Some men grab women's arms hard enough to leave bruises. They squeeze wrists and upper arms with deliberate force. The grabbing sometimes pulls marchers out of line completely. A few marchers fight back physically. They slap away hands that grab them. They push back when men block their path. Most maintain the dignity Alice demanded, but some have reached their limits. You see one suffragist slapped across the face by a stranger. The sound of the slap carries clearly. Her head snaps to the side from the impact. She touches her reddening cheek, but does not stop walking. The crowd's hostility reveals something ugly about American society that usually stays hidden beneath polite surfaces. These men cannot tolerate women claiming public space for political purposes. Their reaction goes beyond disagreement with suffrage. It expresses rage at women stepping outside prescribed roles. Women should be decorative or domestic. They should not march and demand and organise. The insults focus obsessively on appearance and sexuality. Men call the marchers ugly and unfeminine. They suggest no man would want to marry such women. They imply that demanding political rights makes women unnatural. The attempt to humiliate reveals desperation. If suffragists were truly ridiculous, they would not inspire such intense opposition. The hostility proves that the movement threatens established power structures. Finally, some police officers begin making arrests. They grab a few of the worst agitators and drag them away, but dozens more fill each gap immediately. The arrests seem token rather than serious. The police appear to be responding to pressure from somewhere rather than genuinely trying to restore order. The situation feels increasingly dangerous. Several women have been injured badly enough to need medical attention. One woman's nose bleeds from being hit in the face. Another limps badly after someone stomped on her foot. An ambulance arrives but cannot reach the victims because of crowd density. The ambulance sits blocks away, visible but useless. Boy Scouts appear from somewhere and form human chains trying to clear paths. The Scouts wear their distinctive uniforms which give them unofficial authority. People respond to the young boys in ways they do not respond to police. The scouts successfully create narrow corridors allowing some marchers to pass. They stand shoulder to shoulder holding back the crowd with their linked arms. Their presence helps immensely, but cannot solve the fundamental problem. There are simply too many hostile spectators and too few protectors. The crowd outnumbers everyone trying to maintain order. You push forward whenever possible and wait when necessary. Your arms ache from holding the banner. Your feet hurt from walking on hard pavement. Your throat feels dry from breathing through your mouth. None of that matters compared to completing the route. You will finish this march if it takes all night. Hours pass this way, step by difficult step, block by chaotic block. The parade that should have taken 90 minutes has already consumed 4 hours with no end in sight. Eventually you glimpse the Treasury building ahead through gaps in the crowd. The finish line finally comes into view. The sight gives you new energy. The last few blocks feel both endless and too short. You want the ordeal to end, but you also want to remember every moment. This day will define something important. You reach the Treasury building exhausted and transformed. Nothing will ever be quite the same after March 3rd, 1913. The Treasury building sits near the end of the parade route next to the White House. Women who have already finished the march gather there in a planned assembly area. You stumble toward this sanctuary, exhausted and relieved beyond measure. The final blocks pass in a haze of fatigue and determination. Your body moves automatically now, one foot in front of the other. When you finally step off Pennsylvania Avenue onto the Treasury building grounds, volunteers rush forward with water and chairs. They have been waiting for hours helping marchers as they arrive. Medical staff treat injuries in a makeshift aid station. They clean cuts and bandage scrapes. They examine twisted ankles and provide cold compresses for bruises. The medical work continues without pause. Women collapse onto benches comparing experiences. Everyone has stories of harassment and narrow escapes. The stories pour out in exhausted voices that shake with emotion. Some marchers arrived hours ago when the parade still maintained some order. They finished the route before the worst violence began. Others are still struggling through hostile crowds blocks away. The full procession takes more than 5 hours to complete. What should have been a 90-minute event becomes an endurance test that stretches into early evening. Alice stands near the Treasury building directing the recovery effort. Her face shows fury barely contained beneath professional composure. Her hands clench into fists when she thinks no one is watching. She interviews marchers about what happened. She takes detailed notes about police failures in her leather-bound notebook. She collects names of officers who refused to help and witnesses who saw specific incidents. Already she's planning the response. This disaster must be documented and weaponized for the cause. The police department's failure will become a scandal. The newspapers will determine how this day gets remembered in national consciousness. Alice knows journalists must hear the truth before the police department spins the story to protect themselves. She dispatches volunteers to find reporters and invite them to interview marchers while memories are fresh. She wants reporters to see the injured women and torn dresses. She wants them to hear first-hand accounts of violence. By evening, most participants have reached the assembly area. The total number of marchers exceeded 8,000. Thousands more spectators witnessed some part of the parade. The scale of the event matched Alice's vision. The chaos exceeded her worst fears. But in some strange way, the chaos may serve the cause better than smooth success would have. As darkness falls, women begin leaving for their accommodations. They walk in groups for safety. The city still feels dangerous after what happened today. You return to your boarding house sore and shaken. Your white dress is ruined beyond repair. Dirt stains the fabric. The hem is torn in 3 places. Your arms are bruised from being grabbed by strangers, but you completed the march. Nothing can take that away. You were part of history today, even if history felt more painful than glorious. That night, Alice holds an emergency meeting with her corps organisers back at headquarters. They discuss whether to file official complaints about the police failure. They debate the best strategy for publicising what happened. Someone suggests letting the matter drop to avoid more controversy. They worry that complaints will make suffragists look like troublemakers who caused their own problems. Alice rejects this immediately with a sharp gesture. The police department's incompetence or malice caused today's disaster. That fact must be documented and publicised relentlessly. If they stay silent, the police will claim everything went smoothly. They will say any problems were minor or exaggerated. Silence serves the opposition. She begins drafting letters to newspapers describing what happened. Her accounts are detailed and damning. She names officers who stood idle. She describes specific assaults witnessed by multiple marchers. The letters go out first thing the next morning to every major newspaper in the country. Meanwhile, Woodrow Wilson has arrived in Washington. His train reached Union Station while the suffrage procession was still trapped in chaos on Pennsylvania Avenue. Reportedly, Wilson asked where all the people were when he arrived. He expected crowds lining the route from the train station to his hotel. The inauguration weekend should draw thousands of well-wishers. Someone told him everyone went to watch the suffrage parade instead. The suffragists had stolen his audience. This anecdote may be apocryphal, invented by suffragists to make a point, but it captures the way Alice's strategy worked despite everything going wrong. The suffrage procession sees the spotlight on what should have been entirely about the incoming president. Even the violence served this purpose in its own terrible way. Wilson's arrival became secondary news. The parade disaster became the primary story. March 4th dawns grey and cold. Wilson's inauguration proceeds on schedule at the Capitol. The ceremony happens without incident. Wilson takes the oath of office and delivers his inaugural address to a large crowd. But newspapers across the country lead with stories about the suffrage procession disaster, not the inauguration. The parade violence dominates front pages from New York to San Francisco. The headlines express outrage in bold type. Violence against women marchers. Police failed to protect suffragists. Inauguration parade turns to mob scene. Thousands witness attacks on women. Photographs show the chaos better than words ever could. Images of women surrounded by hostile crowds appear on front pages everywhere. Pictures of torn dresses and frightened faces tell the story visually. One photograph shows Inez Milholland on her horse, surrounded by men pressing close. Her face shows determination mixed with concern. The image captures the day perfectly. Another photograph shows marchers being pushed and jostled while police officers stand in the background doing nothing. The officers' inaction is visible and damning. The visual evidence proves more powerful than any editorial could be. Readers see with their own eyes what happened on Pennsylvania Avenue. Some newspapers blame the marchers for causing trouble. These editorials argue that women brought violence on themselves by staging an inappropriate demonstration. They should have stayed home where they belonged. But most coverage condemns the police failure and crowd violence. Even papers that oppose suffrage admit the marchers deserved protection. American women have the right to peacefully assemble without being attacked. The story dominates news cycles for days. Every major newspaper runs multiple stories. Editorial pages debate what the violence means for American democracy. Alice reads every article and clips them for her files. She sits at a desk covered with newspapers from across the country. The negative coverage exceeds her expectations in the best possible way. She recognizes immediately that public sympathy has shifted dramatically. Before the parade, many Americans viewed suffragists as annoying radicals demanding something unreasonable. After the parade, many Americans view suffragists as victims of injustice deserving support. The violence backfired spectacularly on its perpetrators. Instead of silencing the suffrage movement, the attacks amplified its message and generated widespread sympathy. Congress announces hearings into the police department's handling of the parade. Several senators express outrage about what happened. They want to know why officers failed to maintain order on Pennsylvania Avenue. Alice immediately volunteers to testify. She's been preparing evidence since the day of the march. She has witness statements, photographs, correspondence with police officials, and detailed notes about specific failures. The hearings become front-page news themselves. The story continues generating coverage weeks after the parade. Senators question Police Superintendent Richard Sylvester aggressively about his department's actions. He offers weak excuses that satisfy no one. He claims his department lacks sufficient personnel, despite knowing weeks in advance about the parade. He suggests the crowd size was unexpected, even though Alice had publicly announced plans for thousands of marchers. He tries to blame the marchers for the chaos. If women had not staged such an elaborate parade, no problems would have occurred. This argument satisfies no one. The hearings become front-page news. Senators question the police superintendent aggressively. He offers weak excuses. He claims his department lacked sufficient personnel. He suggests the crowd size was unexpected. Then Alice takes the stand. She presents her correspondence with the police department showing she requested adequate protection weeks in advance. She details the superintendent's warnings that safety could not be guaranteed. She describes walking the parade route and seeing officers standing idle while marchers were attacked. Her testimony is precise and devastating. Other marchers testify about specific incidents. They describe being spat on, tripped, grabbed, and insulted. They name officers who refuse to help. The hearings last several days. By the end, the police department's reputation lies in ruins. The superintendent eventually loses his job. Several officers face disciplinary action. More importantly, the hearings keep the suffrage cause in newspapers for weeks. Donations pour into the National Suffrage Organisation. Membership applications arrive daily. Women across the country want to join the movement. The parade was supposed to launch a new phase of suffrage activism. It succeeded beyond Alice's planning. She immediately begins organising the next demonstration. You meet with Alice several weeks after the parade. She has agreed to discuss her thinking about the event. Her office remains cluttered with newspapers and correspondence. She works constantly despite obvious exhaustion. Alice explains that the parade's chaos actually served the cause in ways a peaceful march could not have. If everything had gone smoothly, newspapers might have covered the event briefly before moving on. The violence made the story impossible to ignore. She never wanted marchers to be hurt, but she understood that opposition would reveal itself. The key was ensuring that revelation happened publicly with journalists watching. This strategic thinking comes from her time in England. British suffragettes deliberately provoked confrontations to expose government brutality. Alice adapted these tactics for American conditions. She created a scenario where the establishment could either respect women's rights or show its true colours. The Washington police chose to show their true colours. Now suffragists could point to concrete evidence of institutional hostility rather than abstract complaints about inequality. This evidence persuaded moderate Americans who previously dismissed suffrage demands. Alice also understood the power of visual spectacle. The parade featured beautiful costumes, dramatic floats, and thousands of women marching in white. These images photographed well and created emotional impact. Even people who opposed suffrage could admire the organisational achievement and the marchers' courage. The combination of beauty and violence created unforgettable contrast. Newspapers juxtaposed images of dignified women in white dresses with images of hostile mobs. The visual argument needed no caption. Alice credits the marchers themselves for the parade's success. They maintained dignity under attack. They completed the route despite every obstacle. Their bravery turned a logistical disaster into a moral victory. In the months following the parade, suffrage organisations across America adopt more militant tactics. Local groups stage their own demonstrations. They organise pickets at government buildings. The movement gains momentum. Alice becomes a national figure. Her name appears regularly in newspapers. She receives speaking invitations from across the country. She uses this platform to push for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing women's voting rights. This goal will take 7 more years of activism to achieve. But the 1913 parade marks a turning point. It proved that suffragists could command national attention. It showed that women could organise massive events. It demonstrated that the opposition had no convincing arguments, only violence. Most importantly, it inspired thousands of women to join the fight. The years following the 1913 parade bring both progress and frustration. Some states grant women voting rights through local amendments. Others hold referendums that fail. The patchwork of laws creates confusion and inequality. Alice focuses on federal action. She believes only a constitutional amendment can guarantee universal suffrage. This strategy puts her at odds with other suffrage leaders who prefer state-by-state campaigns. The movement splinters over tactics and personalities. Alice forms a new organisation called the National Woman's Party. It pursues more confrontational methods than the older suffrage groups. The National Woman's Party stages pickets at the White House. Members stand silently holding banners demanding voting rights. At first, authorities tolerate the pickets. Then America enters World War I. Suddenly, protesters criticising the president seem unpatriotic. Police begin arresting picketers for blocking sidewalks. Alice gets arrested multiple times. She serves jail sentences in harsh conditions. While imprisoned, she goes on hunger strike to protest her treatment. Prison officials respond by force-feeding her through a tube. The brutality mirrors what happened to British suffragettes years earlier. News of the force-feeding creates public outrage. Many Americans who oppose suffrage tactics now question whether the government is overreacting. Again, government violence works in favour of the suffrage cause. By 1918, momentum shifts decisively. The House of Representatives passes a constitutional amendment granting women voting rights. The Senate initially rejects it. But pressure builds after the war ends. President Wilson changes his position and endorses suffrage. His support proves crucial in convincing reluctant senators. In June 1919, Congress finally approves the 19th Amendment. It goes to state legislatures for ratification. The ratification process takes another year. Each state legislature must vote separately. Suffrage organisations mount intensive lobbying campaigns in every state. They host rallies, write editorials, and meet with legislators. One by one, states ratify the amendment. Tennessee becomes the 36th state to ratify in August 1920. That vote provides the necessary 3/4 majority. The 19th Amendment becomes part of the Constitution. After more than 70 years of activism, American women finally gain voting rights nationwide. Alice is 35 years old when the amendment passes. She has spent nearly a decade focused entirely on this goal. The victory feels both triumphant and incomplete. Many women still face barriers to voting because of race or literacy requirements. Native American women in some states cannot vote until the 1940s. The struggle for true universal suffrage will continue for decades. But the 19th Amendment represents enormous progress. 26 million women gain political rights they lacked before. Elections immediately begin looking different. Candidates must appeal to women voters. New issues gain attention. The transformation happens gradually but unmistakably. The 1913 Suffrage Procession becomes one of the most famous protests in American history. Photographs from that day appear in textbooks and documentaries. The image of women in white dresses facing hostile crowds represents the broader struggle for equality. Alice Paul's role as organiser establishes her reputation as a brilliant strategist. She understood how to use spectacle, media and confrontation to advance political goals. Her tactics influenced later activists fighting for civil rights, labour rights and peace. The parade also revealed dynamics that remain relevant today. It showed how public space becomes contested territory when marginalised groups claim it for political purposes. It demonstrated that respectability politics only go so far. The marchers dressed beautifully and behaved impeccably, yet still faced violence. It proved that documentation matters. Without photographs and congressional testimony, the police failure might have been forgotten or disputed. These lessons echo through subsequent movements. Modern Americans sometimes forget how recently women gained voting rights. The 19th Amendment passed only a century ago. Many women alive today had grandmothers who could not vote. The brevity of that timeline matters. Political rights that feel fundamental are actually quite new. The 1913 parade helps anchor that history. It provides a specific moment when abstract demands became visible action. You can still walk the parade route today. Pennsylvania Avenue looks different now with new buildings and changed traffic patterns, but the essential geography remains. The Capitol at one end, the White House at the other, that symbolic mile and a half between the legislative and executive branches. Alice Paul chose that route deliberately. She wanted to march directly through the centre of American power. She wanted to force the country to watch women claiming political equality. On March 3rd, 1913, she succeeded. The parade was chaotic and dangerous. It was also transformative. Those hours of struggle on Pennsylvania Avenue changed the trajectory of American democracy. You lie in bed now thinking about those women in white dresses. They woke up on March 3rd, 1913, nervous and excited. They put on their costumes and travelled to the Capitol. They had no idea what would happen. Some thought the day would be triumphant. Others worried about disruptions. None of them could have predicted the exact chaos they would face. But they marched anyway. That courage seems both distant and immediate. Distant, because the world of 1913 differs so completely from today. Immediate, because courage always feels current. You imagine standing in that crowd of marchers. You feel the cold March air. You hear the bands playing. You see the banners waving overhead. Then the crowd presses closer. The insults start. The police stand back and watch. You have to decide whether to keep walking. Every woman in that parade made that decision dozens of times. They chose forward motion despite fear and discomfort. Their persistence created political change that endures. American women vote now because of March 3rd, 1913, and 1,000 other days of activism. The parade was a single spectacular moment in a much longer campaign. But spectacular moments matter. They crystallise meaning and inspire action. Alice Paul understood this instinctively. She created theatre that forced attention and revealed truth. The hostile crowd thought they were defending tradition. They were actually exposing injustice. The marchers thought they were demanding voting rights. They were actually demonstrating courage that would inspire generations. History happens in layers. The surface events lead to consequences no one fully predicts. You drift towards sleep thinking about Pennsylvania Avenue on that March afternoon. The sun slanting between buildings, the banners snapping in the wind, the sound of thousands of footsteps on pavement. Somewhere in that crowd, someone just like you kept walking despite everything. She reached the Treasury building exhausted and transformed. The parade changed her as much as it changed the country. That transformation continues rippling forward through time. You carry it with you now as your breathing slows and your thoughts soften. March 3rd, 1913 recedes into comfortable distance. The date becomes part of history where it belongs, but the courage remains always present, always available when needed, always worth remembering as you fall asleep. Imagine being in a very old Japanese forest, the kind that used to cover these islands long before anyone thought to build anything. These trees are different from the ones you might see in your area. These trees are Cryptomeria and Hinoki cypress. They can live for 1,000 years and grow straight and tall. Their wood smells a little like lemon and is resistant to rot, like nature's own preservative. Japanese architecture doesn't start in quarries or brick kilns. It starts in these old forests where there was a lot of wood that was easy to work with and seemed to last forever. Building with stone makes things last, whether you want them to or not. Stone says, "I will be here long after you're gone, unchanged and unmoved." Wood, on the other hand, says something else. Wood says, "I used to be alive, and in a way, I still am." The first people who lived in Japan knew that the islands they lived on were always moving, and this would affect how they built things for thousands of years. Earthquakes shook the ground too often, making buildings made of solid stone into death traps. It seemed like the earth itself liked movement over stillness and flexibility over rigidity. So the Japanese learned how to build buildings that could sway with the earth instead of fighting it. These buildings danced with disaster instead of standing against it. But before we talk about real buildings, we should talk about Shinto, the native religion of Japan that sees divine presence in nature. Shinto says that kami, or spirits or gods, live in everything, from huge mountains to tiny streams, from old trees to interesting rocks. This wasn't just a religious belief, it was a basic way to think about how you fit into the landscape. Your approach to building changes completely when you think that nature is sacred. You don't take over the land, you work with it. You don't cut down all the trees in a forest. Instead, you cut down certain trees with thanks and ceremony. The first Shinto shrines weren't really buildings. They were just areas that were set aside as sacred, maybe with a special tree or rock in them, and simple fences made of branches and rope around them. The Grand Shrine at Ise is one of Japan's most sacred places. It shows how people in Japan interact with nature in a way that might seem strange to people from the West. Every 20 years, the whole shrine complex is rebuilt from the ground up with new cypress wood and traditional methods. The old buildings are carefully taken apart and new ones that look just like the old ones go up in their place. This has been going on for more than 1,000 years, which makes Ise both old and always new. Consider this for a second. A building that is both 1,300 years old and only 20 years old. It's like the ship of Theseus paradox in architecture. This is a philosophical question about whether something stays the same after all of its parts have been replaced. The Japanese knew right away that the shrine's essence wasn't in the materials it was made of, but in its shape, its traditions, and its spiritual continuity. Because of this tradition of rebuilding, people had to learn about architecture by teaching each other, instead of just looking at old buildings. For decades, master carpenters taught apprentices everything they needed to know about how buildings worked, how they breathed, and how they stood up to wind and earthquakes. They didn't just teach them how to cut joints or choose wood. Japanese people used to treat wood with a lot of respect. Carpenters learned to read the grain of wood like you would read someone's face, getting to know its personality, strengths, and oddities. They knew that wood from the north side of a tree was thicker and should be used in a different way than wood from the south side. They knew that the way a tree grew determined how to cut and put its wood in a building. People cared for the tools and treated them with respect. It was important to take care of and eventually pass down a master carpenter's saw. Japanese saws cut on the pull stroke instead of the push stroke, which gives the carpenter more control and makes cleaner cuts. It's one of those little things that shows a whole new way of doing things, working with the tool's nature instead of forcing it to do what you want. The joinery techniques that developed in Japan are still amazing in how clever they are. Master carpenters made connections between wooden parts that were stronger than the wood itself, like interlocking joints that got tighter when they were loaded, corners that could bend without breaking, and connections that let buildings absorb seismic energy instead of breaking under it. Imagine a master carpenter in ancient Japan picking a tree to cut down as you drift off to sleep. He puts his hand on the bark and maybe says a short prayer to the kami of the forest, thanking them for the life he's about to take and the purpose it will serve. The tree will fall, but it will also rise again. It will become pillars and beams, and it will continue to exist in a new form, protecting people as it once protected birds and insects. The basis of Japanese architecture is a deep respect for materials, the idea that buildings are not separate from nature but part of its ongoing cycle, and the willingness to accept change instead of fighting it. The palaces, temples, castles and tea houses that come after this all come from these roots, just like the cypress trees grow from the ground. Japanese architecture changed in a big way around the 6th century CE. Buddhism came from China and Korea, and it brought with it not only new spiritual ideas but also a whole new way of building. It was like someone suddenly giving you a whole new way to say things you only sort of understood before. In many ways, Chinese architecture was the opposite of what Japan had made. Japanese buildings were low to the ground, while Chinese buildings had many stories and fancy rooflines that went up. Japanese design used natural materials in their raw form, while Chinese architecture used bright colours, intricate decorations and complicated symbols. Japanese architecture was about blending in with the landscape, while Chinese architecture was about imposing geometric order and cosmic meaning. The Japanese reaction to this cultural exchange shows something important about their character. They didn't just copy Chinese models, and they didn't completely reject them either. Instead, they did what you could call architectural translation, which means taking Chinese ideas and slowly and carefully adapting them to Japanese tastes and needs. Japanese architecture didn't really need large interior spaces for congregational worship before. Buddhist temples did. Shinto ceremonies took place outside or in small private places, but Buddhism needed big rooms where monks could meet, chant sutras and do complicated rituals. This meant learning how to build on a scale that Japanese architecture hadn't done before. The pagoda, which is a unique multi-tiered tower found in Buddhist temples, is actually a brilliant piece of earthquake engineering that the Japanese perfected through trial and error and careful observation. A shinbashira, a huge central pillar, runs through the middle of a traditional Japanese pagoda. It is held up from the top and barely touches the ground. The building shakes when an earthquake hits, but the central pillar keeps the whole thing stable by acting as a counterweight and dampener. Modern seismologists who studied ancient pagodas found something amazing. This design, which was developed through years of observation, predicts principles that structural engineers didn't understand mathematically until the 20th century. Some pagodas have been around for more than 1,400 years and have withstood many earthquakes that have destroyed newer buildings nearby. Old-time carpenters didn't need computer models. They had patience, careful observation, and years of experience. The Horyuji Temple, which was built in the early 7th century, has the oldest wooden buildings in the world that are still standing. It's like stepping into a time machine when you walk around its grounds, but you're not really there. You're in bed, imagining what it would be like. The wood has darkened over time to a deep brown that looks like it absorbs light. The pillars have a slight curve called entasis that comes from Greek architecture through Chinese middlemen. This makes them look more like living things than rigid shapes. It's interesting how quickly these early Buddhist temples began to look more Japanese than Chinese. The rooflines got less fancy but more elegant. The colours changed from the bright reds and greens of Chinese temples to softer, more natural tones. The connection with the garden around it became more integrated, less about symbols and more about real sensory experience. Buddhist architecture also brought new skilled workers to Japan, tile makers who could make the unique curved roof tiles that directed rainwater, metal workers who could make the beautiful bronze decorations that went on doorways and roofs, sculptors and painters who made statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that filled temples. There were different traditions and techniques for each craft that had to be changed to work with Japanese materials and weather. The changes in temple architecture over the next few hundred years show a slow process of creative digestion. Each generation of builders learned from the ones before them, but they also tried new things, changed things, and sometimes came up with new ideas that were less like Chinese models. By the Heian period, which lasted from the 9th to the 12th centuries, Japanese Buddhist architecture had developed its own unique style. It was clearly based on Chinese models, but it was clearly Japanese in how it was built. The covered corridor, or roka, is one new idea that stands out. In Japan, where it rains a lot, these wooden walkways connected different buildings in a temple or palace complex. They made sure that people could move between buildings without getting wet. The corridors weren't just useful. They made a rhythm of walking through covered and open spaces, switching between light and shade, the sound of rain on wooden roofs, and the sight of gardens glistening with water. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, picture yourself walking down one of these hallways on a rainy day. The wooden floor is smooth under your feet because it has been used for hundreds of years. Rain is falling in sheets outside, making a curtain between you and the garden. The sound is everywhere. Rain on the roof tiles, rain on the stone paths, and rain filling the stone basins. But you're dry and moving through this protected space that connects you to the life of the buildings, while keeping you safe from the weather. The hallway is not completely inside or outside. It's a space in between, a threshold, and Japanese architecture would come to love these unclear areas very much. The aristocratic architecture of the Heian period Japan, from the 9th to the 12th centuries, is one of the most refined domestic traditions in human history. This was the time of the tale of Genji, a great work of world literature that shows us how the nobility lived, loved, and thought about the places where they lived. The Shindenzukuri style that was popular in aristocratic homes at this time was based on a simple idea: build rectangular buildings around a central courtyard garden, connect them with hallways, and let the spaces flow into each other with as few barriers as possible. It sounds simple, but when you compare it to European or Middle Eastern palaces from the same time, you can see how radical this idea was. Picture a mansion for a nobleman from above. The main hall, or shinden, always faces south because of Chinese geomantic ideas about good directions. To the east and west, smaller buildings hold family members, servants, and other household tasks. Covered hallways connect everything, making a safe way for people to get around. And in the middle, the courtyard garden, which is more than just a decoration, it's the heart of the whole thing. There are almost no walls inside, which is what makes this so different from, say, a medieval European manor. The buildings are basically roofed platforms with screens and curtains that can be moved around. Not solid walls, but how you arrange your furniture and fabric gives you privacy. You don't define space by closing it off. Instead, you do it by carefully placing screens, blinds, and hanging textiles to suggest boundaries. This meant that homes of the rich were very adaptable. During the day, the rooms could be open and bright. Screens and curtains made private rooms at night. When you had guests over, rooms could easily become bigger spaces. The house could change completely with the seasons. In the summer, it was very open to let in breezes, and in the winter, it had screens placed just right to keep warmth from braziers. The floors of these buildings were made of famous hinoki cypress wood platforms that were about 2 feet off the ground. It wasn't just about height. It was also about making a separate space from the ground below. You took off your shoes before stepping up onto these platforms. This was a sign that you were moving from the outside world to the more refined space of the home. The space under the floor also let airflow, which is important in Japan's humid climate, and kept moisture from the ground from rotting wooden buildings. During the Heian period, tatami mats, which are rectangular floor mats covered in rushes, were not yet common. They were expensive things that were only put where people sat. Eventually they grew so big that they covered whole floors, and their standard size became a way to measure things. Rooms were described by how many tatami they had. People still use the terms 6-mat rooms and 8-mat rooms to describe Japanese apartments today. This is a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. If you're used to walls being walls and doors staying closed, the way the inside and outside of these palaces work together might make you feel uneasy. On nice days, the wooden shutters that surrounded the buildings could be lifted and stored, which meant that an entire wall could be taken down and the rooms could be opened directly to the garden. The aristocrats didn't just look at their gardens, they were always able to see and hear them. You might not expect this openness to mean a different way of thinking about privacy. Because anyone could see into rooms, privacy was kept by using layers of semi-transparent fabrics, cultural rules about where you could look, and the careful placement of screens and furniture. The privacy of the architecture was not physical but social, and it was enforced by manners instead of locks. You should meditate on the gardens you can see from these palaces. They weren't botanical collections or vegetable gardens. They were carefully planned landscapes that brought nature close to people. You could change the course of a stream so that it flows through the garden, with carefully chosen stones lining the way. People picked trees based on how they looked in different seasons, like cherry blossoms in the spring and maples in the fall. Islands in fake ponds stood for cosmic ideas or famous places from Chinese poetry. Walking through these gardens meant reading between the lines and finding hidden meanings. That arrangement of rocks could be a reference to a famous Chinese landscape. That tree might remind people of a poem they all knew. The gardens were like three-dimensional books that only educated people could fully enjoy. You could enjoy them sensually, which you could do, but you were also supposed to understand their cultural and philosophical meanings. The idea of ma, which is often translated as negative space, or interval, was very important to how these buildings and gardens worked. Ma isn't just empty space, it's space that gets meaning from the things around it. The empty space between the buildings wasn't wasted space, it was the organising principle that made the buildings work together. The space between stones on a garden path wasn't empty, it was full of hope. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a Heian nobleman or woman, relaxing on the raised wooden floor of your home. The wooden shutters are gone now that it's spring, and your room is completely open to the garden. The cherry blossoms are falling like snow in the light breeze. Like Heian nobles did all the time, you're writing poetry to try to capture the bittersweet beauty of these flowers that bloom and die in just a few days. The architecture around you isn't separate from the natural world. It's a carefully framed stage for seeing how nature changes all the time. Japanese history took a violent turn after hundreds of years of living in elegant palaces. Feudal lords fought all the time in the Middle Ages, and suddenly architecture had to deal with a problem it had never had to deal with before: how to build beautiful buildings that could also survive a military attack. The Japanese castle is an interesting mix of useful military engineering and artistic ambition. These weren't just rough fortifications meant to keep people out. They were also signs of power, displays of wealth, and architectural feats that just happened to be good places to defend. Let's begin with the most important rule: height. Japanese castles made good use of the land by building them on hills or mountains whenever they could. The main tower, or tenshu, would rise from the highest point, making a layered defence that attackers would have to fight through multiple fortified zones, going up before they could reach the keep. It's like playing chess in 3 dimensions, but the board is tilted to the defender's advantage. The stone bases of these castles are examples of engineering that still impress people today. Without mortar, huge stones, some of which weighed tons, were put together to make walls that were 30 to 40 feet high and curved slightly outward so that they couldn't be climbed. These walls were not only strong, but they were also beautiful. The different colours and textures of the stone made abstract patterns that changed with the weather and light. When using rough natural stones, the method for making these stone bases is called Nozurazumi. When using more processed stones, it is called Uchikomi Hagi. The best castles used a method in which each stone was carefully chosen and shaped to fit perfectly with the ones next to it. The walls were so well fitted that you couldn't slip a knife blade between the stones. It was like high-level craftsmanship in architecture, where practical needs turned into chances for virtuoso display. The wooden castle buildings themselves, like towers, gates, living quarters and storehouses, rose above these stone foundations. This is where the unique style of Japanese castle architecture really shone through. Japanese castles were mostly wooden buildings with stone pedestals underneath, while European castles were made of solid stone throughout. The towers could be 4, 5, or even 7 stories tall, with each story being a little smaller than the one below it. This made the towers look like wedding cakes with a tapered profile. But here's where it gets interesting. The floors inside don't match the stories you see from the outside. A 5-story tower might really have 7 floors inside, or a 3-story building might look like it has 5 floors inside. This wasn't just to confuse enemies, it was smart engineering that let the defensive floors have lower ceilings, while still looking great from the outside. The beautiful white plastered walls of Himeji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle, make it the best example of Japanese castle architecture. It feels like you're in a 3-dimensional maze with defensive passages that were made by someone who really didn't want you to get to the centre. Paths make turns at strange angles. Doorways are set up so that attackers have to put themselves in dangerous situations. There are traps on the floors. Every choice made in architecture has 2 purposes: to look good and to kill. The defensive features of castles are very clever. Sama, or small windows, were put in place so that defenders could shoot arrows or guns without being shot back. Defenders on the upper floors could attack anyone who got past the lower defences through drop-down hatches in the ceilings. People could pour boiling oil or water on attackers through holes in the walls. The decorative curved rooflines also had a purpose. They made it harder to judge distances and aim accurately. Japanese castles always looked good, even though they were very useful for military purposes. The white plaster walls did more than just reflect heat and keep fire from spreading. They also made a striking contrast with the dark wood and grey stone. making castles visible from miles away, and turning them into landmarks that stood out in the landscape. The ornate roof decorations, which usually had fierce animal designs, protected the building from lightning and showed the lord's power. The inside of the castle's living quarters showed that even warlords cared about how things looked. There were painted screens by famous artists in the rooms, alcoves for displaying valuable items, and windows that looked out on gardens. The strongest lords hired the best painters, carpenters, and gardeners to make places that were good for both siege warfare and poetry parties. During the time of castles, there was one new thing: hidden rooms and passages. There were often rooms in castles that could only be reached through hidden doors. These rooms were used to store treasures or for guards to hide in to keep the lord safe. Some castles had whole networks of hidden corridors in their walls that let defenders move between floors without being seen. Sometimes during restoration work hundreds of years later, people found these hidden spaces, which still had old equipment or forgotten supplies in them. During the Edo period, the shift from war to peace turned castles from military bases into government buildings and symbols of power. Lords still owned them, but they were more like government buildings than fortresses. They added more detailed gardens. The reception rooms got bigger. The martial parts stayed, but they became more decorative than useful. As you sink deeper into your pillow, picture yourself standing on the top floor of a castle tower at dusk. You can see the countryside around the castle through the small windows. The town is built around the base of the castle. The fields are beyond that, and the mountains are in the distance. The castle's many defensive rings go down in layers of stone and wood below you. The wind whispers through the intricate wooden structure, giving the whole building a life of its own. The castle is calm and watchful tonight, a mountain of human intention rising from the natural landscape. Tomorrow may bring battle. Japan entered the Edo period in the early 1600s under the Tokugawa shogunate. After centuries of war, all that military architecture became mostly useless. Japan didn't need castles or fortifications right now. It needed cities, neighbourhoods, and daily life. And out of this long peace came city buildings that changed the way millions of people lived. In just a few decades, Edo, which would later become Tokyo, grew from a small castle town to one of the biggest cities in the world. By the early 1700s, it was home to more than 1 million people, making it bigger than London or Paris. Rethinking everything about how cities are built and planned was necessary to handle that many people living in wooden buildings in a city that caught fire often. The typical townhouse or machiya from the Edo period had ideas about how to live in a city that still affect Japanese architecture today. These buildings were long and narrow, usually only 15 to 20 feet wide and going back from the street for 60 feet or more. Property taxes were based on how much of the street front there was, so people built deep and narrow to save money. The buildings that came out were like caves in the city, with dark areas in the middle and light coming in through the front door and back garden. The front of a machiya was a shop or workshop, a semi-public space where the household's business and street life came together. A few steps up from the street level marked the start of the buildings inside. You could do business in this threshold zone without actually entering the house. As with many other parts of Japanese architecture, the line between public and private wasn't a straight line, but a gradual change. The building stretched toward the back behind the shop area. It was divided into rooms by sliding fusuma panels that were covered in thick paper or fabric. These rooms had many uses. During the day they were living spaces, and at night futons were put out for sleeping. There wasn't much furniture, and it was often easy to move. A low table for eating that could be moved out of the way. Chests for storage that could be stacked or moved around. The space itself could be changed in any way, depending on the time of day or year. A small courtyard garden at the very back of the machiya let in light and air to the building's deepest parts. These gardens were very small, sometimes only 8 or 10 feet square, but they were very important for making the long, narrow buildings livable. That little bit of sky, that one tree, and those few carefully placed stones changed the whole character of the space, making it feel like it was connected to nature even though it was in a busy city. The whole neighbourhood of machiya gave the city a texture that Western cities don't have. Because the houses were so narrow, the streets were lined with different versions of the same thing, which made the streets look more interesting instead of boring. Because it was so small, everything was easy to get to on foot. The fact that there were shops on the ground floors and homes above them meant that neighbourhoods were busy all day and night. Fire was always a threat to Edo's wooden buildings. The city was hit by big fires all the time. and sometimes they destroyed tens of thousands of buildings in just one day. The Japanese didn't build in stone because it was more expensive and less comfortable. Instead, they came up with a complicated system for preventing and responding to fires. There were volunteer fire brigades in neighbourhoods. Buildings had thick-walled storehouses called kura that were fireproof and had heavy doors. Fire breaks were built into the streets. You always knew that fire would happen, so you built quickly and cheaply enough that it wouldn't be a disaster to rebuild. The kura is worth paying special attention to because it shows a completely different way of building in the larger wooden city. These storehouses were basically boxes with thick earthen walls that were covered in plaster and had small windows that were sealed with heavy shutters. Families kept their most valuable things inside, like documents, heirlooms, and expensive fabrics. The kura's thick walls might keep their contents safe, even when the main house burned down around them. Families would come back after the fire to find their storehouses standing like white islands in a sea of ash. But the pleasure quarters and tea houses that thrived during the long peace might be Edo's most unique architectural contribution. These entertainment districts created their own style of architecture, with buildings that had more detailed facades, bigger windows, and rooms that were meant for gathering and performing instead of just living. The ukiyo, which was captured in prints and literature, was a famous floating world in Edo. It had its own unique architecture and spaces made just for a culture of high-class entertainment. During the Edo period, the tea house itself, which we'll talk about in more detail soon, became very popular. But the tea houses in cities were not the same as the ones for tea ceremonies. These were places where people could meet and talk about business, where artists could gather, and where samurai could forget about their status for a night. The architecture showed this flexibility by having rooms that could be opened or closed, and spaces that could go from private to public depending on what was needed. During the Edo period, townhouses also saw the full development of the tokonoma, an alcove that may have become the most important part of the Japanese home. The tokonoma was a small raised area with a slightly different floor level and a decorative backing. The family would put a scroll and maybe a flower arrangement or a treasured object there. The tokonoma wasn't for sitting or storing things, it was just for showing off, a sign of the family's taste and refinement. What you put in your tokonoma said a lot about who you were and what you cared about. During this time, tatami changed in a way that made floor plans the same all over Japan. Tatami mats came in standard sizes, which made it easy to guess how big a room would be. A room with 6 mats was a room with 6 mats, whether it was in Edo or Kyoto. The sizes of the mats did differ slightly by region, of course. Because of this standardization, it was possible to make a lot of architectural parts like screens, doors and alcove pieces that could fit in any building that followed the rules. As you move around in bed to find the perfect spot, picture yourself in a townhouse from the Edo period on a summer night. The shutters in the front are open to let in any breeze from the street. People who live nearby walk by and talk to each other. The small garden at the back of the house is in the shade, and the single maple tree is a dark shape against the deep blue sky. You're sitting close to the tokonoma, where a scroll shows a mountain landscape and a simple flower arrangement that together make a small world of meaning. The city with 1 million people is outside. Inside is this carefully planned space that isn't too big, but has everything you need to live a civilized life. To really get to know Japanese architecture, you have to go into a tea room, or chashitsu. These small buildings, which usually have only 4.5 tatami mats of floor space, are the best example of how Japanese design ideas can be turned into buildings. Before we talk about the building's architecture, we should learn about the tea ceremony, which is what these buildings are for. You do drink tea, but that's not really the point. It's about making a temporary world of refined interaction, where the usual rules and worries of daily life don't matter anymore. Instead, there is only the pure present moment that the host and guests share. The architecture's job is to set the stage for this experience and make it easier to have. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master from the 16th century who wrote down many of the rules for tea ceremonies, changed tea architecture by moving it away from fancy buildings that were influenced by Chinese styles and toward buildings that were almost radically simple and focused on natural materials and rough textures. Rikyu's ideas about Japanese taste go far beyond tea. Almost every modern idea of Japanese taste can be traced back to what he said. Before you even walk in, a tea room starts to work. You walk through a garden path called a roji, which is meant to help you switch your mind from the outside world to the tea room. You might walk through a garden gate, over stepping stones, past a bench where someone is waiting, and then to a stone basin where you can wash your hands and mouth. Each part has both practical and psychological uses. You're not just walking to a building, You're slowly breaking your ties to the outside world. The entrance to the tea room is meant to make you feel small. The Nijiriguchi, or crawling in entrance, is only about 2 feet square, so even the most important guests have to bow low and crawl through. The samurai had to leave their swords outside because the opening was too small for them to go in with them. This forced humility set the mood for the rest of the events. There were no social hierarchies in the tea room that were outside of it. There were only the host and the guests drinking tea. At first glance, the inside of a tea room looks almost like a cave. The walls of rough clay mixed with straw show their texture well. Wooden posts keep their bark or have irregularities that are meant to be there. The ceiling might be made of a mix of materials like bamboo, reeds and wood, to make a patchwork that looks random but is actually carefully planned. Small windows with translucent paper on them let in natural light, which makes the room softly lit from the side. But this look of being rustic is actually very sophisticated. Every part has been chosen with great care. There were hundreds of pieces to choose from, and that one with the bark still on it was chosen. We looked at its slight curve, its unique texture, and how light hits its surface, and we decided that all of these things were just right for this spot. The rough texture of the walls may look random, but it creates a specific visual effect that master plasterers spend years learning to make. The tokonoma is the main organising principle of the tea room, and it is even more important here than in residential architecture. There is a scroll in the alcove that was chosen just for this gathering. It could be a piece of calligraphy or a landscape painting. The scroll is more than just a decoration. It sets the spiritual tone for the whole tea party. When guests come in, they look at the tokonoma right away and read the scroll to find out what this gathering is all about. Everything in a tea room is there to help with tea. The hearth that is sunk into the ground is where the water is heated, and it is set up so that the host can perform the ceremony while sitting down. The door that the host uses to get in is separate from the door that the guests use to get in, so the host can bring in tea supplies without bothering the guests. The windows are placed just right so that the tea bowl gets the right amount of light at the most important times during the ceremony. Nothing is random. Every size, material and surface has been thought about. Tea rooms' aesthetic ideas slowly spread to all of Japanese architecture. The idea of wabi, which means finding beauty in simple things and materials, changed how people thought about designing homes. People liked worn wood and weathered stone because of the idea of sabi, which means appreciating the patina of age and the marks of use. Japanese architecture became known for using natural materials in their natural state without paint or other decorations. Tea rooms also perfected the idea of shake, or borrowed scenery, which is when a building is designed to include views of the landscape around it, as part of its interior space. A window that is carefully placed might frame a certain tree in the garden, making that tree a part of the room's design. The room's character changes when the tree blooms or changes colour with the seasons. The line between architecture and landscape becomes less clear and more temporary. The famous Taian tea room, which was designed by Rikyu himself and is still standing, is only 9 feet by 9 feet. In this small space, all of Japanese aesthetic philosophy is shown. The rough clay walls, the carefully uneven posts, the small window that looks out onto a perfectly framed garden view, and the tokonoma with its subtle proportions all work together to make a space that feels both humble and deep, rustic and refined, and temporary and eternal. Later tea masters built on Rikyu's work and made different styles of tea rooms that looked at different parts of tea room design. Some added more windows to let in more light. Some people tried out different materials or proportions, but they all stuck to the main idea. A tea room should be its own world, a place where beauty becomes a way to connect with the divine. The way tea rooms were designed had an effect on the way other types of buildings were built. The Sukiya style that came from tea architecture used its ideas in house design, such as using natural materials, making rooms that are the right size for people instead of grand displays, and paying close attention to texture and light. Exposed wooden ceilings, alcoves for display, and sliding paper screens are all things that are now thought of as typically Japanese. They all come from tea room architecture. As you get ready to sleep, picture yourself in a tea room at dusk. The rain is falling outside, making a soft sound on the roof. You can barely see the garden through the small window. The stones and moss are getting darker because of the moisture. The host just made tea with careful, practiced movements. The tea bowl is in front of you, and its rough surface feels warm in your hands. In this small space, the whole universe has shrunk to this moment. The taste of tea, the sound of rain, and the way the light is fading. The room has everything it needs, and nothing it doesn't. In its own quiet way, it's perfect. Japan had been closed off from the rest of the world for over 200 years, but in the middle of the 19th century it opened up. The meeting changed Japanese architecture in ways that were both exciting and confusing. Suddenly, a building style that had developed over hundreds of years to reflect certain cultural values and deal with certain problems had to learn how to use completely different architectural languages from Europe and America. People who were used to wooden buildings with paper screens and sliding doors must have thought that the first Western-style buildings in Japan were very strange. Buildings made of stone or brick with glass windows, multiple stories with stairs inside, rooms that were only for one thing, and furniture that couldn't be moved or changed, all showed a very different idea of what buildings were and how people should live in them. The Meiji government wanted Japan to become a modern nation-state, so they actively promoted Western architecture as part of that process. They hired architects from other countries to design government buildings, banks, train stations and other buildings that needed to look modern and strong. These buildings intentionally copied Western styles, like Victorian Gothic, Renaissance Revival and French Baroque. Sometimes they did this in a way that was so mixed up that it was hard to tell where one style ended and another began. It must have been strange to walk through central Tokyo during the Meiji period. There were brick banking houses with Corinthian columns next to traditional wooden temples and machiya. Buddhist temples had roofs that curved, while government buildings had roofs that sloped down like European roofs. There was an architectural clash without synthesis, with different building styles living in the same city, but not yet learning how to talk to each other. Japanese architects who had studied in Europe and America had an interesting problem to solve: how to make modern Japanese architecture that used Western building technology, but still stayed true to traditional aesthetic values. Architects would spend the next 100 years thinking about this question, and it may still have an effect on Japanese architecture today. One of the first things people did was add Japanese decorative elements to Western building styles. You could have a brick building with European proportions and a Japanese-style tiled roof, or a stone building with towers that looked like pagodas. These hybrids often looked strange, like someone wearing a business suit with traditional sandals. Each part was fine on its own, but together they were uncomfortable. Tokyo Station, which was finished in 1914, is a good example of the architectural goals of this time. The station was a huge red brick building with European Renaissance style, including domes, arches, and detailed brickwork. It was designed by Tatsuno Kingo, who had studied in London. It was supposed to show that Japan had become a modern country, with infrastructure that could compete with any Western power, but you could see that Japanese sensibilities were at work in the way it was built and the way it looked. But the changes that were happening in residential architecture were more interesting than the big public buildings. Middle-class Japanese homes started to mix Western and Japanese styles, making hybrid spaces that showed how lifestyles were changing while still keeping traditional comforts. A house might have one Western-style room with chairs, tables, and hardwood floors. This room was usually used for business or to welcome guests. The rest of the house would be traditional Japanese with tatami mats and sliding screens. This wasn't just about how things looked or how they were worn. Different kinds of activities really worked better in different kinds of buildings. If you wore Western clothes, you wanted chairs and tables that were Western heights. But when they were at home, a lot of Japanese people liked to take off their tight Western clothes, put on a yukata or kimono, and sit on tatami the old-fashioned way. You could live in both modes because you had both kinds of spaces. You could choose the right one for each activity. The engawa, a space between the inside and outside that looked like a porch, was a big part of traditional Japanese architecture. In Meiji period homes, it took on a new form. Sometimes it had glass windows around it, making it look like a sunroom that kept the weather out but still let you see the gardens. This change showed how traditional building parts could change to use new materials and technologies while still doing their main job. Japanese architects who were studying abroad started to notice something interesting. While they were learning how to build in the West, Western architects were becoming interested in Japanese design. People were amazed by the Japanese pavilions at international exhibitions. Western architects and designers started to collect Japanese prints, study Japanese gardens, and use Japanese design ideas in their own work. Japan wasn't just getting architectural ideas, it was also giving them. This back and forth would eventually lead to more complex syntheses. Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, built in the 1920s, tried to mix Western ideas about space with Japanese ideas about beauty and attention to materials. Wright wasn't Japanese, but his ideas for architecture showed how to honour both traditions without having to choose between them. The terrible Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed much of Tokyo and Yokohama, but it also opened up new opportunities. Rebuilding the city made it possible to use modern building methods on a larger scale, such as reinforced concrete, steel framing and modern utilities. But it also made people think about what traditional architecture had lost, and what should be kept. Some architects started to talk about a more careful way to modernise. They didn't want to just copy Western styles or keep traditional architecture the same to protect it. Instead, they wanted an architecture that used modern materials and building methods, but still understood and respected traditional Japanese ideas about space. This wasn't just about making things look nice on the outside. It was about deeper ideas like how buildings fit into the landscape, how spaces could be flexible and changeable, and how to use natural materials and light in creative ways. In the early 1900s, modernist architecture spread around the world. It focused on clean lines, honest use of materials, and combining indoor and outdoor spaces. Surprisingly, this style of architecture had a lot in common with traditional Japanese architectural values. Both traditions valued simplicity over decoration, honest materials over surface decoration, and fluid connections between buildings and their surroundings. Japanese architects started to see that some of the ideas behind modernism weren't completely new to them. In some ways, they were similar to ideas that their own tradition had been working with for hundreds of years. A steel and glass building with clean lines and little decoration wasn't that different from a traditional tea room, which used natural materials and didn't add extra decoration. Both were examples of aesthetic philosophies that put value on essence over decoration and clarity over confusion. This understanding would ultimately result in some of the most groundbreaking architecture of the 20th century, as Japanese architects employed contemporary materials and methods to convey traditional spatial ideas in novel manners. But that's a story for the next chapter, when we get to the present. As you settle deeper into sleep, picture Tokyo in the 1920s. It was a city that was rebuilding itself and full of contradictions and possibilities. This is a traditional wooden house with one room that looks like it belongs in the West. A concrete office building is trying to look like a French palace. You can still see the roofs of the temples in the distance, but they are now surrounded by buildings that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. It's a mess, but it's also exciting, uncomfortable, and full of promise. A civilization is going through a huge change and trying to figure out how to stay the same while becoming something else. Japan's cities were ruined by World War II. Bombing had mostly destroyed Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. In the immediate aftermath of the war, all that was needed was to put roofs over people's heads with whatever materials were on hand. When people were living in temporary shacks and old military buildings, architectural philosophy seemed like a luxury. But even in this dire situation, some architectural elements remained the same. People still took off their shoes before going into homes. They still liked to sit on the floor when they could. The basic ideas about space in Japanese architecture, flexibility, connection to nature, and the importance of threshold spaces stayed the same, even though the buildings themselves were rough and temporary. As Japan's economy got better and then exploded in the 1950s and 1960s, a group of amazing architects came along who would change how people thought about modern architecture. These architects had grown up with traditional Japanese buildings and learned about Western architectural principles. Now, they had to make buildings that were right for modern Japan. Their ideas would change architecture all over the world. Kenzo Tang could be the most well-known person from this generation. His buildings were a mix of the brutal honesty of modernist concrete construction and ideas about space that came from traditional Japanese architecture. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, finished in 1955, raised its main structure on pillars, which made a covered space underneath that was like the open ground floors of traditional storehouses and let light and air flow through the building. Tang's work showed that modern materials like reinforced concrete could show traditional Japanese ideas about space, like the mixing of inside and outside, the use of modular structural grids, and the focus on horizontal rather than vertical lines. His buildings looked very modern, but their layout and relationship to the site and landscape made them feel Japanese in some way. The metabolist movement, which started in the 1960s, had an even more radical idea. These architects saw cities as living things that could grow and change, with residential units that could be added to permanent infrastructure. Most of their biggest dreams never came true, but their ideas about flexibility and adaptability took traditional Japanese ideas about reconfigurable space and applied them to cities and technology. The Nakagin Capsule Tower by Kisho Kurokawa, which was finished in 1972, was an example of metabolist ideas in architecture. The building was made up of prefabricated modules, which were basically small apartments that were attached to concrete cores. This was done so that capsules could be moved around or replaced as needed. It looked like science fiction, but it was based on the traditional Japanese idea that buildings are made up of parts that can be rearranged instead of being permanent monuments. At the same time, residential architecture was changing in less obvious ways. After the war, Japanese homes started to have more Western features, like real kitchens with running water, bathrooms with tubs and showers, and central heating. But the way things were arranged in space often stayed very Japanese. A lot of homes still had at least one traditional tatami room with sliding fusuma panels, a tokonoma alcove, and a door that led to a small garden. This wasn't just nostalgia or conservatism, it was a real preference for being able to move around and connect with traditional styles. At night, a tatami room could be a bedroom. During the day, it could be a living room. For special meals, it could be a dining room, and for guests, it could be a space. The Western-style rooms with furniture that couldn't be moved around couldn't do this. Some architects started to look into how they could use modern materials and building methods to express traditional ideas. Tadao Ando, who became famous in the 1970s, built buildings out of smooth concrete, glass and steel that still had a traditional Japanese feel to them. His buildings have enclosed courtyards, carefully framed natural light, and a peaceful quality that reminds one of temple and tea-room architecture. Ando's Church of the Light, which was finished in 1989, is a great example of this combination. It's a small concrete chapel with a cross that shines. The cross was made by taking away things, not adding them. The wall has a cross-shaped opening that lets light in. The room is very simple and serious, but it also has a lot of spiritual energy. It looks modern, but it also feels like it comes from the same design tradition that made tea rooms hundreds of years ago. The idea of ma, which we talked about earlier as charged empty space, was used in a new way in modern Japanese architecture. Architects designed buildings with holes and gaps that weren't just empty space. They were important parts of the design. These empty spaces made the rhythm of the buildings, let light and air in, and gave people a place to rest their eyes and think. The connection between architecture and nature, which is so important to Japanese culture, continued in new ways. Architects couldn't always make traditional gardens, especially in cities with a lot of people, but they found ways to add natural elements, like a single tree in a courtyard, a water feature, or even just views of the sky that were carefully framed. These gestures recognise the human necessity for a connection with nature, even within entirely urban environments. Small urban homes became a very interesting type of architecture. Because land was so expensive in Japanese cities, many residential lots were very small, less than 50 square metres in some cases. Architects who had to work with these limits came up with new ways to make spaces more livable, by adding light, air, and sometimes surprising spatial experiences. These small homes often had courtyards inside, skylights, spaces on more than one level, and smart ways to store things. These small houses kept the traditional Japanese way of building homes, which was to make rich spatial experiences within small physical limits. A traditional tea room showed that you don't need a lot of room to make a whole world. Modern tiny houses took this idea further by showing that careful design could make even the smallest spaces feel full and welcoming. Modern engineering's earthquake-resistant building methods were added to Japan's traditional knowledge of how to make structures that can bend. Modern buildings in Japan often have advanced dampening systems, flexible joints, and extra structural support that let them sway with seismic forces instead of fighting them. This high-tech method is similar to the old idea of building wooden structures that could move with the earth. As you start to feel sleepy, picture yourself walking through modern Tokyo. This is an old temple with wooden buildings that have been well cared for. Next to it is a modern building made of glass and steel. Its ground floor opens completely to the street, making the line between inside and outside less clear. This is a very modern take on a traditional idea. A small house, across the street, has a tree growing through the middle of it, bringing nature into the middle of a busy city. The city is like a palimpsest, with layers of history and new ideas all in the same place. The buildings from each time period seem to talk to each other. By the end of the 20th century, something amazing had happened. Japanese architecture had become influential all over the world in ways that went far beyond just unique details or surface beauty. Architects all over the world were looking at Japanese buildings, spatial ideas and design philosophies to find ways to solve modern architectural problems that Western traditions hadn't fully dealt with. Japanese aesthetics had a big impact on the minimalism that became so popular in architecture around the world starting in the 1990s. The Japanese had been refining the ideas behind clean lines, limited colour palettes, carefully chosen materials, and empty space as a positive design element for hundreds of years. Japan had been doing what the West thought was a radical new style since the 16th century, when tea masters started doing it. The open floor plans that are now popular in Western homes are similar to the ideas that Japanese homes have had for hundreds of years. Japanese architecture had these ideas long before they became popular in other parts of the world, that spaces could be flexible and serve more than one purpose, that rooms could flow into each other instead of being separated by walls, and that a home should adapt to the needs of its occupants instead of forcing them to adapt to fixed rooms. The focus on natural materials that are honestly displayed, rather than painted over or hidden behind decorations, became a defining feature of modern high-end architecture around the world. Architects started leaving concrete unpainted so that the wood structure showed through, and they used stone in ways that showed off its natural beauty. This method wasn't taken directly from Japan, but the Japanese architectural tradition of honest material expression did have an effect on how architects around the world thought about materials and surfaces. The relationship between the inside and outside that Japanese architecture had always stressed became more and more important in modern architecture around the world. In modern design, people wanted buildings with walls that could open all the way, rooms that led into gardens, and threshold spaces that were neither fully inside nor outside. The traditional Engawa had changed into modern terraces, balconies, and transitional spaces that made buildings more interesting for people to experience. Japanese architects had an impact on the world as well. In 1995, Tadao Ando won the Pritzker Prize, the first of many Japanese architects to win the most prestigious award in the field. Kazuyo Sejima and Ryue Nishizawa's company, SANAA, built buildings that were incredibly delicate and spatially complex, and their work had an impact on architects all over the world. Shigeru Ban was the first to use paper tubes and other unusual materials in buildings that were both structurally innovative and socially responsible. It wasn't obvious that these architects built buildings that looked like traditional Japanese ones. Their work didn't have pagoda roofs or torii gates, but their buildings had spatial ideas, material sensibilities, and connections to sight and light that were more connected to traditional Japanese architecture. They showed that tradition isn't just about copying old styles, it's also about understanding and building on basic ideas. The idea of wabi-sabi, which means finding beauty in things that aren't perfect, don't last, or aren't finished, became part of the global design vocabulary. It may have been overused in Western design circles, where it was sometimes seen as just a style instead of a complicated philosophical stance. But at its best, the world's love of wabi-sabi showed a real appreciation for Japanese aesthetic values that were different from the Western focus on permanence, perfection, and completion. The design of Japanese gardens had a bigger and bigger effect on gardens around the world. From California to England, modern gardens showed how to use natural materials, how to make spaces for thinking, and how to make small versions of larger landscapes. The notion that landscape design could be an art form as sophisticated as architecture, a belief rooted in Japanese tradition, garnered broader acceptance. The best Japanese architecture was very aware of the environment. It paid attention to natural ventilation, used local materials, and was carefully oriented to the sun and wind. These were all things that became important in architecture around the world. Japanese architecture has always been sustainable because it had to be. Contemporary architects learned from these traditions how to build buildings that are better for the environment. The Japanese idea that architecture is not a permanent monument, but something that can be changed and rebuilt, challenged Western ideas about architecture in interesting ways. The 20-year rebuilding cycle of the Este Shrine, which we talked about a long time ago, was a whole new way of thinking about preserving architecture. Instead of trying to keep buildings the same, it meant keeping tradition alive through constant renewal. This idea changed how people thought about cultural continuity and architectural sustainability. Japanese culture had a big impact on the way people saw small-scale, carefully detailed architecture. Not every building had to be a big deal or a big statement. In small urban houses or tea rooms, where every detail had been carefully thought out, the most beautiful architecture could happen. This recognition of small-scale excellence changed how architects around the world thought about residential and small-scale projects. Japanese architects combined traditional building techniques with modern materials and methods. This gave other countries ideas for how to keep traditional building crafts alive, while also making modern buildings. Japanese architectural craft was known for its careful joinery, attention to surface qualities, and respect for materials. These things still affect how buildings are detailed and built. As we near the end of our journey through Japanese architectural history, we come to the present. What we see is not a complete preservation of tradition, or a complete break from the past, but rather a creative conversation between historical principles and modern needs that is still going on. There is a fascinating tension in modern Japanese architecture. Japan is still one of the most architecturally innovative countries in the world. Architects there build buildings that are very creative and technically advanced. On the other hand, traditional building types like temples, shrines, tea rooms, and even some types of homes are still used today, not just as museum pieces. In Kyoto, you'll see master carpenters still teaching apprentices how to do traditional joinery that doesn't use any nails. These craftsmen aren't putting on historical reenactments. They're keeping temples and shrines that are still used for religious purposes up to date using the same methods that their ancestors used hundreds of years ago. The knowledge is passed down from master to apprentice in an unbroken chain. Each generation learns not from books but by working with tools and materials. There are definitely problems with these old crafts. Fewer young people want to spend years learning how to do temple carpentry or thatched roofing. The economic problems are real, but the tradition lives on, thanks in part to cultural pride, religious necessity, and a growing understanding that these skills are irreplaceable knowledge about materials and construction. At the same time, modern Japanese architects are still pushing the limits. They build buildings that are incredibly delicate, with walls that seem to dissolve and spaces that flow into each other like water. They try out new materials and technologies while still keeping in touch with old ideas about space. Su Fujimoto is one of the younger architects. He makes buildings that blur the lines between architecture and nature, inside and outside, and building and landscape. Sometimes his buildings look more like abstract sculptures or natural formations than regular buildings, but they are perfectly livable spaces. They're a modern evolution of traditional Japanese ideas about how buildings and nature interact. Kengo Kuma's work is very modern, but it also clearly draws on traditional Japanese architecture. He wants to know how modern methods can be used with traditional materials like wood, stone, and paper to make buildings that feel like they come from the past without copying old styles. His buildings often have fancy wooden screening systems that are modern versions of traditional features that control light, give people privacy, and make rich visual textures. There is an endless stream of new houses being built in Japan because people there are still interested in small, well-designed homes. Tokyo is full of tiny lots where architects have to work within very strict limits to make amazing spatial experiences. These houses are in line with the Japanese tradition of making a lot out of a little, by carefully designing them instead of just making them big. These small modern homes often have features that are similar to traditional homes, like an internal courtyard that lets light and air into the middle of the building, a threshold space that separates the street from the home, and a special room or alcove for thinking and showing off. But they use modern materials and building methods, which makes the buildings feel both new and traditional. Japan has a unique way of keeping its old buildings in good shape. Preservation doesn't mean trying to keep buildings the same over time. Instead, it usually means rebuilding them every so often using traditional methods and materials. This keeps not only the buildings themselves, but also the knowledge and skills needed to build them. It's preservation through practice, not through museums. The Japanese people as a whole stay connected to traditional architectural spaces by practicing tea ceremonies, going to temples and shrines, and sometimes even in their own homes. A lot of modern Japanese homes and apartments still have at least one tatami room. This is a place where people can connect with traditional aesthetics and practices even when they are in a modern setting. More and more, Japanese architecture is being shaped by environmental concerns. Building practices that are strong and long-lasting are important because the country is prone to earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Modern Japanese architecture often uses both high-tech and traditional methods. For example, it might use advanced seismic dampening systems and energy-efficient mechanical systems, as well as natural ventilation, careful solar orientation, and local materials. Japanese architecture is always trying to find a balance between old and new. Other cultures can learn from this as they try to find ways to honour the past, while also meeting modern needs. Japan's example shows that tradition isn't just keeping things the same, it's a living practice that changes while still being true to its core values. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the Japanese architecture we've seen tonight. The ancient forests where it all began, the Shinto shrines that mark sacred places, the Buddhist temples that reach for enlightenment, the palaces that open up to gardens, the castles that rise from stone foundations, the Edo townhouses that make city life possible, the tea rooms that find infinity in small spaces, the Meiji experiments with new forms, the post-war innovations, and the modern explorations that are still going on today. Every time period built on what came before it and adapted to the needs of the time. There was no time that was frozen, but there was no time that was completely lost. The tradition lived on because it kept changing and adapting while still holding on to threads of continuity that go back hundreds of years. The house you build in dreams, an epilogue. As you finally fall asleep, your mind might build fake buildings out of all the architectural parts we've looked at tonight. Maybe you're walking through a house that has parts from different times, like a tea room that opens up to a garden from the Edo period, or a high-end palace with flowing spaces made from modern materials, or a castle that looks strong but is softened by modern transparency. This dream architecture doesn't mix things up or contradict itself. It's completely fine because Japanese architecture has always been about bringing together different influences and needs into a cohesive whole that serves human life while respecting deeper, aesthetic and philosophical ideas. The lessons from the history of Japanese architecture apply to more than just Japan. They remind us that buildings are more than just places to live. They are also ways for us to show how we want to live, what we value, and how we see our place in the natural world. They show that tradition and innovation are not opposites, but partners in a creative conversation that never ends. Japanese architecture teaches you to be patient, to think carefully about every detail, to choose materials carefully, and to let designs grow through repeated refinement. It values restraint, which means that knowing what to leave out is often more important than knowing what to put in. It accepts that everything is temporary, just like all buildings and other things made by people are temporary parts of nature's longer story. Japanese architecture teaches us that the way spaces are set up can change how we feel. The light in a room, the feel of a wall, the connection between the inside and the garden, and the size of a space all affect how we feel, think, and interact with other people. Architecture isn't just about building places for people to live, it's also about making places where people can thrive. When you wake up tomorrow, you might see your own living space in a new way. That window's connection to the light in the morning, the line that separates rooms, the things and textures that are around you, the existence or non-existence of natural components. These aren't just things that are useful, they're also chances to make daily life more beautiful, thoughtful, and connected. You don't have to live in a traditional Japanese house to learn from Japanese architecture. The rules can be used anywhere. Less is more, quality over quantity, connecting with nature, spaces that change to fit your needs, honest materials that get better with age, paying attention to light and shadow, and the power of empty space. You might put one flower in a special place, making your own small version of a tokonoma. You might move things around in a room to let in more natural light. You might just stop and take in the architectural details of the places you live in every day. These little things keep the tradition alive in your own way. It's not just about buildings in far-off places or things that happened in the past that make up the history of Japanese architecture. It's a living tradition that keeps changing, and you take part in it every time you think carefully about the places you make and live in. The master carpenters of ancient Japan, the tea masters refining aesthetic principles, and the modern architects looking for new ways to build all contribute to an ongoing discussion about how people should live on the planet. As sleep takes over, let your last conscious thoughts rest in a place of perfect peace. It could be a tea room at dusk, a temple garden in light rain, or a modern house where glass walls blur the lines between inside and outside. Let the buildings we've seen tonight give your dreaming mind a place to stay, a place where anything is possible and everything is perfectly at peace. The cypress smell is still faintly present in the wood post. The tatami mats give way to you. You can see the dark shapes of the garden through the paper screen, a stone, a tree, and a path that leads to a place you'll explore in your dreams. The area around you is just right, not too big or too small. There is nothing missing. There is no excess. You're at home in the architecture of sleep, which is where all buildings end up. Traveller through time and space, have sweet dreams. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history: the tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth, through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of mission control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team-building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful start-up that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately one-third of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space programme. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness, rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court, during Henry's final years, had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years, and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance, rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the Crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The prince consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created two different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Imagine waking up one morning and finding out that your neighbour became a millionaire by picking up shiny rocks from a riverbed. That's pretty much what happened in 1848 when James Marshall saw something shining in the American River at Sutter's Mill in California. What began as one man's curious observation would soon lead to the largest voluntary migration in human history. People from every continent except Antarctica loaded their lives into wagons and ships and set off in search of dreams that shone like fool's gold in their minds. The California gold rush wasn't the first in the world, but it was the most famous. This is partly because it happened at the same time as the invention of the telegraph and mass-produced newspapers. Within months, word spread to the East Coast, Europe, Australia, and even small villages in China. It spread faster than a fire in dry grass. Farmers in Iowa were leaving their ploughs, shopkeepers in Boston were closing their stores, and whole families were selling everything they owned to try to get rich in the Sierra Nevada foothills. But California was only the start. Gold discoveries in Australia in 1851 caused their own rush, bringing people looking for wealth to the hot outback. The Klondike Gold Rush of 1896 sent people looking for gold to the other end of the world. The frozen wilderness of Alaska and Canada, where temperatures could drop to 50 below zero, and it was dark for months. The Witwatersrand goldfields in South Africa turned empty Veld into one of the world's largest cities almost overnight. There were different things about each gold rush, but they all had some things in common that seem almost magical when you think about them. People like teachers, farmers, blacksmiths and seamstresses suddenly thought they could survive in places that would be hard for even experienced outdoorsmen. It was like having gold gave you some kind of magnetic power that made you ignore common sense and the need to protect yourself. It's interesting to think about the psychology of gold fever as you go to sleep. Gold doesn't go bad, rust, or lose its value overnight like other kinds of wealth. For thousands of years, people have thought it was valuable. It was used in the burial masks of pharaohs and the crowns of kings. The weight of gold in your hand, how it catches light, and how it doesn't tarnish or decay are all very satisfying. In a world that is always changing, gold stands for stability and safety in a universe that is always changing. For the miners going west, gold was the ultimate American dream. The idea that anyone, no matter where they came from or how much they knew, could change their life with hard work and a little luck. Gold didn't care if you were a Harvard graduate or couldn't read your own name. It didn't care about your family tree. What mattered most was your willingness to go through hard times and your ability to see opportunities when they were right in front of you. Getting to the goldfields was often just as hard as mining for gold. Think about putting everything you might need for months or years into a space smaller than your bedroom closet, and then travelling thousands of miles through places that were more in your head than on reliable maps. The overland route to California went through deserts where water was hard to find and valuable, mountain passes that could be blocked by snow even in the summer, and rivers that could be calm one day and raging torrents the next. People who took the sea route had to deal with different problems. It could take 6 months to sail around Cape Horn, and the water was some of the roughest on Earth. Men who had never been to sea were crammed into ships that were meant to carry cargo, not passengers. This would make modern cruise ship passengers ask for their money back. Those who could afford to go through Panama had to deal with tropical diseases, dangerous river crossings, and sometimes weeks of waiting for ships on the Pacific side. But people came anyway, drawn by stories that got more and more amazing with each telling. Stories about miners finding nuggets the size of turkey eggs, rivers so full of gold that you could fill a pan in minutes, and regular people becoming incredibly rich in just a few weeks. Most of the time these stories were exaggerated or made up, but they had just enough truth in them to keep the dream alive. It's amazing how these individual dreams, when added together, changed whole continents. In places where only coyotes and rattlesnakes had lived before, cities sprang up overnight. The search for gold led to the growth of economies, transportation systems, and social structures in whole areas. The effects on the environment and culture would last for generations, long after the gold that was easy to get was gone. As you drift off to sleep, think about how brave, or maybe foolish, it was to give up everything you knew for the chance of something that might not be real. These weren't trained explorers or professional adventurers. They were just regular people who thought the chance of making a lot of money was worth the risk. Their stories show us that sometimes the most important events in history are caused by people who refuse to believe that their situation will never change. Imagine yourself standing in the middle of what would become downtown Sacramento on a July afternoon in 1850. The temperature is around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air above the hot pavement looks like water. The sun is as hot as a forge, and there's no way to get away from it. There's no air conditioning, ice, or tall buildings to block the sun. Now picture this. Instead of going inside, you're going to spend the next 12 hours bent over a creek bed, sifting through gravel and sand with just a metal pan and your willpower. This was the case for thousands of gold miners who went to areas where summer temperatures often went above what most people today would consider survivable. The California Central Valley, the Australian outback, and parts of Nevada and Arizona weren't places where people were supposed to work outside during the hottest times of the year. But they worked, driven by dreams that burned hotter than the sun above their heads. The human body wasn't meant to be in such extreme heat for long periods of time, especially when doing hard physical work. Your body regulates its temperature in a way that is similar to a simple air conditioner. It sweats to cool the skin through evaporation, it changes the flow of blood to release heat, and it breathes more to get rid of warm air from the lungs. But these systems could only do so much, and miners in the 1800s pushed them to their limits every day. Smart miners learned to change their plans based on the sun's movement. They would get up before dawn, when the air was still a little cool from the night before, and start working as soon as the sun came up. The early morning hours were very important because you could get things done before the heat made it too much to handle. As the sun rose higher, experienced miners would look for any shade they could find. They would often work in shifts so that some could rest while others kept looking for gold. Miners called the time between noon and 4 in the afternoon the Devil's Time. This was when the sun was at its hottest and the heat from rocks and sand could literally cook skin that was exposed. During these hours, smart miners went back to whatever shelter they could find. Some people dug shallow caves into hillsides to make cool places to hide that were 10 to 20 degrees cooler than the surface. Some people put canvas between trees or over wooden frames to make patches of blessed shade where people could gather to rest and talk. The clothes that miners wore tell an interesting story about how they adapted and used their brains. Forget the Hollywood image of shirtless men working in the hot sun. That was a sure way to get burned badly and have a heat stroke. Instead, experienced miners learned how to cover almost every inch of skin that was showing while still letting air flow. They wore wide-brimmed hats that cast shadows on their faces and necks, long-sleeved shirts that were loose enough to let air flow, and bandanas that could be soaked in water and tied around their necks to cool off. Many miners wore clothes that they learned from Mexican vaqueros and Native American tribes that had been living in these areas for a long time. Eastern gentlemen liked dark wool suits better than loose, like coloured cotton clothes because they reflected heat better. Some miners even started wearing multiple layers, a thin inner layer to soak up sweat and an outer layer to keep the sun out while letting air flow between the fabrics. Finding shade became almost as important as finding gold. In mining camps, trees were valuable because they provided shade and lumber. A single big oak or pine tree could decide where a whole camp would be set up. Tents and lean-tos would be set up in careful patterns to get the most shade possible during the day. Water wasn't just for drinking, it was also very important for staying cool. When there was water, miners would soak their shirts and hats, which worked as a simple but effective way to cool off. Some smart people even came up with complicated ways to move water over canvas awnings, which were like evaporative coolers in the 1800s. The mental effects of extreme heat were just as hard to deal with as the physical ones. Not only does heat exhaustion make you feel bad physically, but it also changes the way you think, feel, and make decisions. When miners worked in very hot or very cold weather, they often got cranky, made bad decisions, and got what we now call heat-induced depression. The constant pain made mental strength weaker, just like it made physical strength weaker. But people were very good at adapting. Bodies that had never been in such heat before slowly got used to it, becoming better at handling heat, sweating more effectively, and circulating blood better. When miners made it through their first summer in the goldfields, they often found the second year easier to handle because their bodies got used to conditions that would have seemed impossible when they first got there. Some of the best mining companies were the ones that knew how important it was to keep workers safe from the heat. Companies that gave their workers enough shelter, encouraged them to rest during the hottest parts of the day, and made sure they could get to cool water usually had healthier and more productive workers. It was an early lesson in industrial safety that most people wouldn't learn for decades. As you picture yourself in those hot mining camps, feeling the sun on your shoulders and the coolness of the evening shade, remember that these were not superhuman people. They were just regular people who learned to deal with unusual situations. The fact that they were able to live and even thrive in such conditions shows how strong the human spirit can be when it is driven by strong dreams. In romantic stories about the gold rush, water is always there. There are babbling creeks where miners pan for gold and clear mountain streams that show off the Sierra peaks. But the truth was often very different and much harder. Getting clean, safe water was often a matter of life and death, and getting enough food in remote mining camps took a lot of creativity that would impress modern survivalists. Ironically, miners often valued water more than the gold they were looking for. On a hot afternoon, a glass of cool, clean water could be worth more than a handful of gold dust, especially if the water cost $1 a gallon, which is like $30 or $40 now. In some of the more remote mining areas, entrepreneurs made a lot of money not by finding gold, but by bringing water in barrels from faraway places and selling it to miners who needed it. Finding water turned into both a science and an art. Experienced miners could read the landscape like a book. They looked for small signs that showed where water was underground. Some plants only grew where their roots could get to water tables. Animals' behaviour, such as where they gathered at dawn and dusk and the paths they wore through the landscape, often revealed hidden springs or seasonal water sources. Some miners became very good at dowsing, which is the art of finding underground water with forked sticks or metal rods. Modern science still doesn't fully understand how they did it. These methods became a big part of mining camp folklore. Whether they really worked or just made miners feel more sure about digging in places where they thought they might find water. It was like playing the geological lottery to dig wells in mining country. The same rocky ground that might hide gold deposits could make it very hard to get to the water table. Sometimes miners would spend weeks chiseling through solid rock, hoping to find water before their current supply ran out. The deeper they dug, the cooler the water they might find. This was a great bonus in places where surface water could get too warm to be refreshing. When water was hard to come by, miners came up with very clever ways to save it that would impress environmentalists today. You could save the water you used to cook with to wash dishes, then use it again to do laundry, and finally use it to clean up dust around the campsite. There was no waste. Some camps set up strict rationing systems with community leaders keeping an eye on how much water people used and making sure everyone had access to basic supplies. The quality of the water that was available was often just as bad as the amount. Minerals that made people sick could be in mountain streams that looked crystal clear, or worse, bacteria from mining operations or natural sources upstream. Miners learned how to tell if water was good by its taste, colour and smell. They also figured out how to clean up water that wasn't clean. Boiling water was the best way to clean it, but it needed fuel and time that weren't always available. Some miners used simple filters made of cloth, charcoal and sand to clean their water. Some people learned how to add chemicals like alum or other minerals that would make impurities settle to the bottom, leaving cleaner water at the top. Getting food in mining camps took a lot of creativity that would be hard for modern campers. There weren't any grocery stores, refrigerators, or dependable supply chains. Everything had to be kept safe, moved over rough ground or hunted and gathered from the area around them. The outcome was a cuisine that mixed old recipes with whatever was on hand, resulting in some surprisingly creative dishes. Beans became the main food for miners and were known as miner strawberries. They were cheap, easy to carry, didn't spoil easily, and gave them the protein and carbs they needed for hard work. A pot of beans that was slowly cooked over a campfire and seasoned with whatever was on hand could feed several miners and give them energy for days of work. Salt pork and bacon did the same things. They gave you fat and protein and could last for weeks without being kept cold. The salt used to keep things fresh also helped to replace electrolytes lost through sweating in very hot weather. Smart miners learned how to get the fat out of these meats so they could cook other foods and make lamp oil. Hardtack, which is made by mixing flour, water and salt and baking it into biscuits that are as hard as rocks, became another staple because it could last for months without going bad. To make hardtack easier to eat, miners would soak it in coffee or water. Sometimes they would fry it with bacon fat to make it taste better. The joke was that hardtack was so hard it could stop a bullet, but it kept miners from starving when they ran out of other food. People didn't just enjoy coffee, they thought it was necessary for survival. The caffeine helped miners stay awake during long work days, and the hot drink kept them warm at night in the cold mountains. Coffee could be stretched by reusing the ground several times. In very bad situations, miners made coffee substitutes from chicory, acorns, or even roasted grain. Hunting and fishing added to basic supplies when there was game to be caught. Deer, rabbits, and game birds gave us fresh meat, and streams and rivers might have fish in them when they weren't too muddy from mining. Some miners learned how to find edible plants by learning from Native Americans which roots, berries and greens could add to their diet. It was very important to learn how to preserve things. To make fresh food last longer, miners learned how to smoke meat, dry fruits and vegetables, and salt fish. Some camps set up community smokehouses so that everyone could keep meat when they had too much to eat right away after a successful hunt. People in mining camps can't ignore the social side of food. Shared meals became important community events where miners could relax, catch up on news, and keep the social ties that made living alone bearable. A miner who could cook well often became well known for more than just his gold-finding skills. You can start to understand how the simple things in life became very important in the harsh environment of the mining camps when you think about how good strong coffee would taste around a campfire, how good a hot meal would taste after a long day of hard work, and how good clean water would feel on a hot day. These weren't just skills for staying alive. They were the building blocks of communities that would last long after the gold was gone. Imagine seeing a city come to life. One week there are only rocks, empty wilderness, and maybe a thin stream running through a valley. The following week, tents start to pop up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. In a month you might see the rough outlines of streets, a general store, and maybe even a saloon with canvas walls and dreams of painted signs. The amazing thing about mining camp communities was that whole societies could come together almost overnight, with rules that had to be made up on the spot. It was amazing and a little chaotic how quickly these communities came together. There were no zoning laws, building codes, or an urban planning department. People just showed up, found a good place to stay, and started building the infrastructure they needed to stay alive. The result was towns that grew naturally, following the shape of the land and the needs of the people who lived there instead of following a master plan. People in early mining camps had to be creative with the few materials they had to build their homes. The classic miner's tent was often just the start. It was a temporary place to stay while a more permanent structure was built. Miners became amateur architects, coming up with plans for buildings that could be built quickly with materials that were easy to find. People liked to log cabins where there were trees, but most mining areas had their trees cut down quickly. Instead, miners learned how to build with stone, mud bricks, or even canvas and wood frames that could be taken apart and moved if the gold ran out. Some of the more clever buildings used more than one material. For example, they had stone foundations for stability, log walls for insulation, and canvas roofs that could be easily replaced when they wore out. The way mining camps were set up looked random, but they actually made sense. For both convenience and mining, the most valuable real estate was usually near water sources. Secondary locations were chosen because they were sheltered from the wind, had access to shade, or were close to promising geological formations. Streets, if you could call them that, often followed animal paths or mining trails instead of the neat grid patterns that planned cities have. This gave mining towns a natural, almost medieval feel that visitors either loved or hated depending on how they saw it. In mining camps, people ran things democratically. Miners had to make up their own rules, and ways to enforce them because there were no established legal systems or government authorities. The outcome was frequently unexpectedly advanced systems of community governance that reconciled personal liberty with communal safety. Most of the time, mining camps held community meetings to set basic rules for claims, fights, and how people should act. These weren't official court cases. They were just people talking to each other as equals and agreeing that some kind of organisation was needed for everyone to stay alive. They often put their rules on trees or buildings and enforced them through pressure from the community instead of through the police. Claim jumping, which is taking someone else's mining claim, was one of the worst things you could do in mining communities. Depending on how bad the crime was and how the community felt, the punishment could be anything from forced payment to being kicked out of the camp. People usually didn't want miners to hurt each other because it made it hard for them to work, not because it was wrong. The way people were divided up in mining camps was different from how they were in their old lives. A man's education, family background, or previous wealth mattered much less than how well he could help the community survive and thrive. A former professor might have to listen to an illiterate farmer who happened to be better at finding gold. This social fluidity led to both chances and problems. Men who had never been treated as equals suddenly found that their ideas were important in community meetings. Others who had been in charge in their past lives had to get used to being judged only on what they could do. In the early days of mining, there weren't many women, but those who did come often found jobs that weren't available in more stable communities. Some became successful businesswomen and ran boarding houses, restaurants, or general stores. Others offered much needed and highly valued services like laundry, cooking, or medical care. Families with kids in mining camps had their own set of problems. There were no schools, no planned activities for kids, and not many other kids to play with. Some communities set up informal schools where literate miners took turns teaching basic reading and writing. Kids who grew up in mining camps often learned a lot of practical skills and became very independent, but they didn't always get the formal education that would help them later in life. In mining camps, religion was often informal, but very important. Because many camps didn't have an ordained minister, anyone who felt called to give spiritual guidance could lead religious services. These services often brought together people from different denominations and traditions, making a kind of practical ecumenism that came about out of need rather than theology. The general store was the centre of most mining towns. It was a place to get supplies, hang out with friends, and talk to people. Store owners often acted as informal banks, keeping miners' gold dust and nuggets safe. They also worked as post offices, places to send messages and places to get news from the outside world. Medical care in mining camps was basic but often new. Communities had to rely on folk medicine, trial and error, and whatever medical knowledge individual miners might have because there weren't any trained doctors around. Some miners learned how to treat common injuries and illnesses, and the respect and thanks they got for it could be worth more than gold. Entertainment in mining camps showed how hard life was, and how much people needed to have fun and relax. Music was very important to the miners. They loved people who could play instruments or sing well. Dancing, telling stories, and playing cards helped people forget about the hard work of mining and the loneliness of living in a camp. When you think about how these rough communities grew from nothing but people's willpower and need for each other, you start to see that the American frontier spirit was about working together as much as being independent. These weren't stories of lone wolves conquering the wild, but of regular people building amazing communities in the hardest of times. The romance of gold mining often centres on the moment of discovery. The glint of metal in a pan, the thrill of finding a nugget, the hope of getting rich. But the truth is that successful mining was mostly about learning how to use tools and techniques that were much more complicated and advanced than most people think. Successful miners had a mix of science, art, physical skill, and sheer determination that set them apart from those who went home empty-handed. The basic gold pan, which is probably the most famous tool from the gold rush, was actually a precision tool that required a lot of skill to use well. A good pan was made of steel or iron, and had sloped sides and a flat bottom that let you carefully separate things by weight. It could take months to learn how to pan properly, which means moving water and sediment in just the right way so that heavy gold settles and lighter materials wash away. Imagine standing in a cold mountain stream with a pan full of gravel, sand, and hopefully a few gold flakes. The water is moving around your legs, your back is starting to hurt from bending over, and your hands are getting numb from the cold. You need to find the right rhythm. If you go too fast, you'll wash away the gold. If you go too slowly, you'll never process enough material to make the work worth it. Panners who had been doing it for a while could tell if they were likely to find gold in a certain spot by the way the gravel felt, the colour of the sand, and the way the water moved in their pan. They had a connection with their tools and their surroundings that was almost magical, and they could read subtle signs that new miners couldn't. But panning was only the start. As miners learned more about their work and found places with good gold deposits, they came up with more advanced methods that could process more material faster. The rocker, which is also called a cradle, was like a gold pan that worked mechanically. It was a wooden box with a screen bottom that was rocked back and forth while water flowed through it, separating gold from lighter materials. Many miners had to learn how to do carpentry on the job in order to build a good rocker. The proportions had to be just right. If they were too steep, the gold would wash away with everything else, and if they were too shallow, the machine wouldn't work well. The rocking had to be smooth and rhythmic, like rocking a baby to sleep, but the baby was a few hundred pounds of wood, metal, and wet gravel. The long tom was an even more ambitious piece of equipment. It was basically a long wooden trough with different screens, riffles, and catching devices that could handle a lot of dirt and gravel. Most of the time, a group of miners worked together to run a long tom. Some would shovel material into the machine, while others would clean out the gold-catching parts and keep the water flowing. The most advanced way to get gold was through hydraulic mining. Miners would use strong streams of water to wash away tons of soil and rock from hillsides, revealing gravel that contained gold. The water pressure was so strong that it could blast away whole mountainsides. This kind of destruction of the environment would horrify people today, but it was seen as the height of technological progress at the time. Hydraulic mining had a terrible effect on the environment that could not be undone. Debris filled whole valleys, streams were permanently changed, and landscapes that had taken millions of years to form were destroyed in just a few seasons. But for miners who wanted to get the most gold with the least amount of work, hydraulic mining was a huge step forward in terms of efficiency. For serious miners, knowing about geology became very important. Gold doesn't just spread out randomly across the landscape. It follows patterns that have been there for millions of years, like the flow of ancient rivers, volcanic activity, and geological processes that made and moved gold deposits. Miners who could read the rocks, find formations that looked like they might contain gold, and guess where gold was likely to be found had a big edge over those who just dug where they thought they were lucky. To mine quartz, you needed a whole different set of skills and methods. Instead of looking for loose gold in streams and on the surface, quartz miners had to find veins of gold in solid rock, and then take that rock out and process it to get the gold out. This meant learning how to drill, blast and tunnel through solid rock, which is more like engineering than farming, which is what most miners came from. To process quartz ore, the rock had to be crushed into a fine powder, and then mercury had to be used to mix with the gold particles. This job was both dangerous and hard to do because it needed knowledge of chemistry and metallurgy. Mercury poisoning was a big health problem in mining towns, but people didn't know much about what it did to them at the time. Miners often made their own tools or changed existing ones to suit their needs. In mining towns, a good blacksmith was very useful. They didn't just shoe horses, they also made specialised mining tools, fixed broken equipment, and figured out how to fix mechanical problems that came up when tools were used in ways they weren't meant to be used. Miners were very creative when it came to using technology that was already there for their own needs. People turned wagon wheels into water wheels to power machines. Kitchen tools were changed to do specific mining jobs. Miners even changed their clothes. They learned how to sew extra pockets into their clothes so they could carry tools, gold samples and other small but important things. Don't forget about the social side of mining technology. Like recipes, successful methods spread through mining communities, with miners sharing new ideas and ways to make things better for everyone's benefit. If a miner came up with a better way to build a sluice box or use a rocker, he might teach his neighbours how to do it, which would create communities of practice that sped up technological progress. Quality control in mining was mostly about how skilled each person was and how much they paid attention to the details. There were no set ways of doing things or ways to ensure quality. A miner's success depended on how well he could find gold, use his tools, and avoid the many small mistakes that could cost him gold or time. As you picture yourself learning these old skills, feeling the weight of the tools in your hands and developing the small skills that made the difference between success and failure, you start to realise that gold mining was much more than just digging in the dirt. It was a skill that required a lot of physical strength, technical knowledge, artistic intuition, and scientific observation, and it was hard for even the most skilled people to do. The blazing sun and extreme temperatures were certainly some of the most obvious problems that gold miners had to deal with, but they were not the only ones that tested people's strength and creativity. The full picture of life as a miner includes a list of problems that would test even the best survival experts today. Each one needs a different plan, set of skills, and amount of mental and physical strength. Disease was probably the most feared enemy in mining camps. It spread quickly through crowded areas and wiped out whole communities before anyone knew how to stop it. Waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid and dysentery could turn a busy mining camp into a ghost town in just a few weeks. Miners were basically defenceless against epidemic diseases that thrived in the conditions they created because they didn't know about germ theory or how to keep things clean. Irony was cruel. Communities that formed around water sources to make mining easier often polluted those same water sources with human waste, which made it easy for diseases to spread. Miners who survived bullets, heat stroke, and accidents in the mines could die from something as simple as drinking from the wrong stream at the wrong time. At best, the medical knowledge in mining camps was basic. Most miners used folk remedies, patent medicines that may not have worked, and any medical knowledge they had from family traditions or trial and error. If a broken bone isn't set right, it could mean permanent disability or death. If basic antiseptic steps weren't taken, a simple cut could get infected and require amputation or worse. Some miners learned how to do battlefield medicine out of necessity. They learned how to stitch wounds, set bones, and treat common illnesses by practicing and watching others. People in the community often looked up to these informal medics as leaders, and their medical skills were just as valuable as their ability to find gold. Mining operations were always at risk of accidents. Cave-ins could bury miners alive without much warning. Explosives used to break up rock were often unstable and unpredictable. They would sometimes go off too soon, or not at all when they were supposed to. People often made their own mining tools, and they didn't have basic safety features that we think are necessary now. The mental challenges of mining life were just as hard as the physical ones. Being away from family and friends had a big effect on mental health. A lot of miners had what we now call depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder because of the hard times they went through. People who were physically tired, socially isolated, and always worried about the future found it hard to deal with these things. Miners who had left their families behind to look for work were especially lonely. Letters from home could take months to get there and cost a lot of money compared to what a miner made. It was impossible to measure the emotional toll of being away from loved ones in ounces of gold. but it was always there. Even miners who found gold on a regular basis often had trouble with money. In remote mining areas, the same supplies could cost 10 to 20 times as much as they would in settled areas. A simple meal could cost a whole day's pay, and basic tools could cost weeks of carefully saved gold dust. Mining communities went through boom and bust cycles which added to the stress. A miner might spend months getting a claim and building the tools he needs to work it, only to find out that the gold deposit is smaller than he thought, or that the water levels have changed and made his location unusable. To start over, you needed more than just money. You also needed a lot of emotional strength. Extreme heat wasn't the only problem with the weather. Sudden storms could hit mountain mining areas and flood claims, break equipment, and leave miners stuck for days or weeks. Miners who didn't have enough shelter or supplies could die in the winter if they were at higher elevations. Flash floods were especially dangerous in mining areas because mining activities often changed the landscape in ways that made floods more likely. Streams that had been redirected for mining could suddenly change course during heavy rains, destroying months of work in just a few hours. Living in all-male communities was hard on social relationships, which sometimes led to violence. In communities where everyone was armed and stress levels were always high, arguments over claims, equipment, or even small personal insults could quickly get out of hand. Because there were no established legal systems, justice was often informal and sometimes harsh. For many miners, gambling was both a way to have fun and a way to make things harder. After weeks of hard work, it was hard to resist the urge to gamble with the gold they had saved up on cards or dice. Some miners lost months of work in one night because of bad luck or bad judgment. This made cycles of boom and bust that lasted much longer than the normal risks of mining. Substance abuse was another way to get away from the hard life of mining, but it often made things worse. Most mining camps had easy access to alcohol, which helped people deal with physical pain, emotional stress, and being alone. But it also made people less able to think clearly, made accidents more likely, and made people dependent on it, which could be hard to break. Because mining work is seasonal, there were times when workers had to sit around and do nothing, which was almost as hard as the times when they had to work hard. When the weather made mining impossible, miners had to live off of stored resources while keeping their tools in good shape and hoping for better weather. For men who defined themselves by their work, these times of inactivity could be very bad for their mental health. For individual miners or small partnerships, equipment failure or theft could be a disaster. If a sluice box breaks or tools are stolen, it could mean weeks or months of investment that would be hard or impossible to replace. Because people shared equipment and resources, one person's bad luck often hurt whole communities. Even with all of these problems, it's amazing how many miners not only lived through them, but also kept their spirits up and their sense of humour. The capacity to discover joy and companionship amidst adversity illustrates the inherent resilience of humanity, which facilitated the establishment of enduring communities in some of the most formidable environments globally. As you get more comfortable, think about how these individual stories of hardship and hope changed whole continents. Imagine the last embers of a mining campfire glowing against the dark desert. The gold rushes weren't just things that happened in the past. They were events that changed the world and still affect your daily life today. The most obvious thing that will last is geography. Gold discoveries in the 1800s led to the creation of cities like San Francisco, Denver, Johannesburg, and many smaller towns in the American West, Australia, and South Africa. But the effect is much bigger than just the city limits. The transportation networks built to supply mining camps became the basis for transcontinental railroads, interstate highways, and shipping routes that are still used for business today. Think about the Transcontinental Railroad, which was finished in 1869. People often say that it was a great achievement of American engineering and willpower, but it was really built to meet the needs of mining communities in the Western Territories. The economic reason for such a big project was the need to move supplies to miners and gold back to markets in the East. The railroad could have been delayed by decades without the gold rush, which would have changed the way the American West grew up. The environmental effects of gold mining are more complicated and sometimes worrying. California's hydraulic mining moved more dirt than building the Panama Canal, changing the landscape and river systems forever. Some places are still dealing with mercury pollution from mining that happened in the 1800s. But these same mining activities also led to some of the first laws to protect the environment. Communities downstream fought against mining debris destroying farmland. The social legacy of gold mining communities calls into question many ideas we have about life on the frontier. These weren't lawless places where people were violent and selfish. They were communities that built complex systems of cooperation and mutual aid in very difficult situations. The democratic governance systems they established, Direct democracy, community justice, and collective decision-making shaped political evolution across the Western territories and beyond. Social structures in mining camps were very equal compared to the more divided societies that most miners had left behind. Instead of his family background, education, or previous wealth, a man's worth was based on what he did for the community. This idea of meritocracy became part of the mythology of the American West and changed how people thought in the growing country. In the 19th century, mining communities were made up of people from many different countries, which led to a level of cultural mixing that had never been seen before. Chinese miners working with Mexican vaqueros, German immigrants teaching Irish workers new skills, and Australian prospectors learning from American 49ers all contributed to cultural exchanges that benefited everyone involved and set the stage for the multicultural societies that would form in the 20th century. In mining towns, women's roles were often very different from the strict Victorian ideals that were common in more settled areas. The practical needs of life on the frontier and the lack of women gave women chances to start businesses, be independent, and have an impact on society that wouldn't be common in mainstream society for decades. Some of the first successful female business owners, political leaders, and social reformers came from mining towns, where necessity was more important than traditional gender roles. The new technologies that were made in mining camps could be used for a lot more than just getting gold. For decades, methods for moving big amounts of dirt and rock affected how buildings were made. Water management systems made for mining operations were used as models for irrigation projects all over the dry West. When former miners returned to settle communities, even simple new ideas like better camping gear and portable cooking methods spread throughout society. The financial systems that grew up around gold mining helped make modern banking and investing possible. The need to store, move, and trade gold led to the creation of safe vaults, dependable scales and assaying methods, and standardized ways to judge the value of precious metals. Some of the biggest banks in the world today started as banks that served mining communities. The boom and bust cycles that mining areas went through also taught important lessons about how to diversify the economy and make it last. Communities that were able to move away from economies that relied on mining and toward more varied economic bases often did the best in the long run. These experiences were some of the first examples of how communities that depend on resources could change when the economy changes. The tales and myths that came out of mining camps became part of the national mythology, and have had an impact on literature, movies, and popular culture for generations. The idea of the independent prospector, the idealized view of life in mining camps, and the hope of getting rich through hard work became important parts of American and Australian culture, but maybe the most important legacy was psychological and spiritual. The gold rushes showed that regular people could go through very hard times when they were driven by strong dreams. They showed that social hierarchies weren't set in stone, that new communities could be built from scratch with just human willpower, and that the promise of change, both personal and social, was worth almost any sacrifice. The mining camps also taught people how to be strong as a community. Strangers could get together, form useful societies, and help each other through problems that would be too much for one person to handle. People in mining communities helped each other out in emergencies, took care of sick and injured people, and gave each other emotional support during tough times. These informal support systems became models for how to organise communities that had an impact on social development throughout the frontier period. The gold rushes were the first truly international migration patterns of the modern era, because they happened all over the world. People from all over the world, except Antarctica, took part in gold rushes, which made it possible for people to talk to each other and share their cultures. Former miners brought back to their home countries new ideas, stories, and ways of doing things, which spread across borders. The entrepreneurial spirit that was common in mining towns had an effect on the way economies grew in the areas where gold was found. The willingness to take risks, try new things, and quickly adjust to new situations became part of the business cultures in the area that still exist today. The entrepreneurial energy that first came out during gold rushes is still going strong in some of the world's most dynamic economies. Early conservation movements were also helped by experiences in mining camps. Miners were among the first people to see how bad the environment could get on a large scale, and to understand how important it is for communities to be healthy. Some of the first laws to protect the environment were passed because mining was hurting the environment. These laws set the stage for later conservation efforts. The medical knowledge that miners learned in camps through trial and error helped to improve field medicine, emergency treatment, and public health. Methods for treating injuries in remote areas, preventing disease in crowded places, and caring for mental health in isolated communities all worked in places other than mining camps. Innovations in education that came from mining communities also had a long-lasting effect. The informal schools and adult education programs that sprang up in mining camps showed that people could learn anywhere, that communities could offer educational opportunities even when things were tough, and that practical skills were just as important as formal academic knowledge. As your breathing slows and you start to fall asleep, think about how the resourcefulness and strength of gold miners in the 1800s still affect our world today. Their problems with extreme heat, lack of water, building communities and adjusting to harsh environments can teach us a lot about the problems we face today. Climate change has made extreme heat a bigger problem for millions of people all over the world. Communities that are dealing with record-breaking heat waves and droughts are rediscovering and adapting the ways that miners learn to survive in dangerous temperatures. These include scheduling work around the sun's intensity, making effective shade and cooling systems, and conserving and managing precious water resources. Modern urban planners who want to design cities that will last often look to new ideas from mining camps. The quick formation of communities, the smart use of limited resources, and the democratic governance structures that were common in successful mining communities can be used as examples for modern problems like refugee resettlement, disaster, recovery and sustainable development in places with few resources. The miners' water-saving methods like careful rationing, systems that can be used more than once, and new ways to purify water are very similar to the methods being developed for areas where water is scarce today. People living in areas that are affected by drought are dealing with the same problems that miners did. How to live and thrive when water is scarce and unreliable. The psychological resilience that allowed miners to endure isolation, uncertainty, and physical hardship provides valuable insights for mental health professionals, assisting individuals confronting contemporary stresses. The informal support systems, community building practices, and strategies for making meaning that helped miners stay hopeful during tough times can also help people today who are dealing with economic uncertainty, social isolation, and environmental problems. Many modern business owners look to gold rush stories for inspiration, and there are real similarities. Modern entrepreneurs often leave safe situations to chase risky chances in tough situations, just like miners. The same traits that made miners successful, being willing to change quickly, learn new skills, and keep going even when things go wrong, are what make businesses successful today. The way that mining camps came up with new ways to use old tools, made new things with limited resources, and shared improvements with the rest of the community is similar to how modern tech startups and maker communities come up with new ideas. The spirit of finding practical solutions to problems that helped miners survive and thrive is still what drives human progress today. Efforts to restore the environment in areas where mining used to take place have taught us a lot about how ecosystems can recover, how to develop sustainably, and the long-term costs of getting resources. These experiences shape modern choices about protecting the environment, developing in a way that is good for the future, and figuring out how much it really costs to use natural resources. Mining communities were international, which was a sign of our modern globalized world. The cultural exchange, communication networks, and economic relationships that formed among miners from various countries established initial frameworks for international collaboration and cultural comprehension that persist in contemporary relevance. The simple daily routines that miners came up with, like working around environmental limits, keeping equipment in good shape with limited resources, and making comfort and community in tough situations, can help anyone who is trying to live well in less than ideal conditions. The medical and health practices that developed in mining camps, especially their focus on prevention, community health, and making do with what they had, have had an impact on how we provide healthcare in places where resources are limited. The ideas that came up in mining communities in the 1800s are still used in remote medicine, emergency care, and public health strategies. Mining camps had egalitarian social structures that weren't perfect, but they were some of the first examples of merit-based societies where what you did mattered more than what you inherited. These experiences shaped the growth of democracy and still inspire movements for social and economic equality. The boom and bust economic cycles that were common in mining areas taught early lessons about how to diversify the economy, develop in a way that is good for the environment, and make communities stronger. These lessons are still used in modern economic planning and development. Communities that successfully transitioned away from mining dependence offered models for economic adaptation that continue to be applicable today. The stories and legends that came out of mining camps are still a big part of popular culture today. They also teach us important lessons about what people can do, how communities form, and how individual dreams can lead to group success. These stories remind us that regular people can do amazing things when they need to. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the people who were able to get through the heat, lack of water, loneliness and uncertainty because they believed that change was possible. Their legacy isn't just the gold they found or the communities they built. It's also the fact that they showed that people can adapt, survive, and even thrive in the most difficult situations. The miners who worked in the hot sun, saved every drop of precious water, and built communities out of shared need and hope left us more than just stories from the past. They showed us how to be strong, come up with new ideas, and build communities that are still useful when we face problems that seem impossible to solve. Their capacity to discover joy and camaraderie amidst adversity, sustain hope in the face of uncertainty, and derive meaning from challenging experiences serves as a model for individuals navigating the complexities of modern existence. The same human traits that helped them survive and even do well in the tough conditions of mining camps in the 1800s, being able to change, being persistent, helping each other, and being stubbornly hopeful, are still what make people strong today. As the last embers of our pretend campfire fade away, and the stars in the desert sky become clearer, take a moment to think about the amazing journey we've taken through the world of gold mining communities. These weren't superhuman people. They were normal people who found amazing amounts of strength, creativity and community spirit when they were faced with challenges that would test anyone's limits. The miners who worked in the heat and kept their spirits up, who built thriving communities out of nothing but determination and need, and who used old tools and came up with new ways to get gold from the earth, remind us that people are much more resilient and creative than we think. Their stories aren't just interesting bits of history. They show that we all have abilities that are just waiting to be used when the time is right. In today's world, with air conditioning, dependable water systems, GPS navigation and emergency medical services, it's easy to forget that our ancestors didn't have these things. The miners' ability to do well without modern technology and to make things safe and comfortable through working together and using their own skills is both humbling and inspiring. We can learn about how to adapt and keep going from their experiences with extreme heat. Their ways of saving water remind us not to waste valuable resources. Their ability to build communities shows us how people who don't know each other can become family when they work toward a common goal. Their technological advances show how useful it is to work together to solve problems and share information. But maybe most importantly, their stories show us that change is possible. People can change who they are, communities can grow from nothing, and hope can help people get through the hardest times. The same spirit that drove an Iowa farmer to leave his plow for a mining pan, or a Boston teacher to leave her classroom for a tent in the Sierra Nevada, still drives people to take risks, follow their dreams, and make their lives and the lives of those around them better. As you drift off to sleep, think of the tough miners coming back to their camps after a long day in the hot sun. They would gather around fires to eat, tell stories, and make plans for the next day. Their ability to find comfort and community under the stars, keep their dignity and humanity in the face of the toughest challenges, and keep working toward better futures despite daily hardships, is a powerful reminder of what people can do when they work together and support each other. They may have spent the gold they found a long time ago, and the communities they built may have changed into something completely different, but the spirit of resilience, innovation, hope, and community that they embodied is still as valuable today as any precious metal they ever took from the ground. Sleep well, knowing that you have the same ability to adapt, keep going, and build community that helped those miners survive and thrive in the blazing sun long ago. Their legacy lives on not only in the cities and institutions they helped build, but also in the ongoing story of humanity, which you are a part of. This story is about regular people doing amazing things when life demands it, and finding ways to find comfort, meaning and hope, even in the toughest situations. Sweet dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a mining camp under the stars, when the day's work was done and the possibilities for tomorrow stretched out forever on the horizon. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair, and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorry's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorry died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorry's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration North, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorry got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorry's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorry had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorry's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilised telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappe telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or nighttime turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds, and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zuse built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zuse had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bogged down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zuse's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zuse's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he'd already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zuse had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zuse understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zuse had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847, and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed, and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, It was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beech's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The Beech Tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beech had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station, it was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, he believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the Earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true.